Please take your seats. Next panel is about to begin. Please take your seats. First panel is about to begin. Dobro vam jutro. Dobrodošli na drugi dan našeg To Be Secure foruma. Mislim da zanimljivo počinjemo. Ima jedan čovjek, zove se Savo Kentera. On je osnivač ovog našeg foruma i evo, bivši je direktor Agencije za nacionalnu bezbjednost. Točno prije 365 dana na ovom mjestu dobili smo, usuđujem se iznijeti vrijednosni sud, u tom momentu jednu ničim izazvanu informaciju, jer je premijer Crne Gore Dritan Abazović nekoliko minuta prije toga iskazao veliku zahvalnost za sve ono što agencija radi i što radi njen čelni čovjek. Ponavljam, dakle, baš imenom i prezimenom Savo Kentera. E pa, Savo Kentera, evo treći, četvrti put ponavljam to ime. Izvolite, pridružite mi se. Savo, mogu li ja da pitam 365 dana nakon, na istom ovom mjestu, dakle godišnjica, smjene, mogu li ja čestitati, imajući u vidu zapravo sve okolnosti u ovih proteklih godinu dana koje su se izdešavale u Crnoj Gori, možda ste ovako privatno mogli malo dahnuti dušom, što bi se reklo. Nije vas bilo u medijima, dakle niste, prosto imali potrebu da govorite za medije u ovom periodu, onaj dan dakako jeste i negdje u nekoj prvoj vašoj reakciji na samom panelu zapravo rekli ste da je ključno pitanje ko je zapravo vas smijenio.
Dobro jutro, Adnane, dobro jutro svima. Drago mi je da smo opet ovdje posle 365 dana, tako. Točno. Danas me ne mogu smijeniti. Možda neke druge stvari uslijede, ali šalu na stranu. Imao sam ja možda i potrebu da govorim. Bolje što nisam. Dobro. Možda bi mi i emocije ponijele. Ovako godinu dana kasnije hladnije glave, ako ništa drugo.
Dobro, da ste imali potrebu da ohladite glavu.
Eto tako. I u tom momentu dok smo ovdje sjedili, sigurno mi nije bilo svejedno. Mogao bih reći ovako ili onako da sam se osjećao, ali nije vam svejedno, pogotovo kad znate da prije toga, kao što ste rekli, dobijate pohvale ne samo u zemlji, nego i sa najvažnijih međunarodnih adresa i onda uslijedi to što uslijedi. Šta je razlog bio tome i danas, posle godinu dana, čini mi se da mi je u stvari tada najveća usluga napravljena.
Dobro.
Jer da sam ostao na tom mjestu i da sam nastavio da radim taj posao onako kako sam počeo da ga radim od samog starta, profesionalno, sa željom da u Agenciji za nacionalnu bezbjednost nema partijskog, bilo koje partije upliva, onda sigurno u nekom momentu kasnije bih opet morao doći u neki konflikt sa jednom, drugom, trećom, bilo kojom stranom. Ovako, u jednom momentu, dakle, kada smo imali jednu od najvećih uspjeha, jedan od najvećih uspjeha u istoriji ove agencije za nacionalnu bezbjednost, koja je prepoznata opet tada i u tom momentu i sa tih najvećih međunarodnih adresa, dolazi do te smjene. Ne želim i ne bih volio da cijenim koji su zaista ovako razlozi, vrijeme će to pokazati.
Meni i dalje je zanimljiva ona vaša prva reakcija da jeste ključno pitanje zapravo u redu. Organizirana je elektronskim putem sjednica vlade, pa su onako sukcesivno pristizale informacije, pa smo pojasnili kako je to teklo. Logično je bilo da smo znali ko je bio protiv, ko je bio za vašu smjenu, ali ta rečenica da ključno pitanje zapravo i jeste ko je vas smijenio, mene i dalje intrigira upravo u kontekstu postignutih rezultata s jedne strane, a s druge strane, pa imali smo i otkrivanje afere u vezi s cigaretama, a koja se, medijski, ako ništa, vezivala za Abazovićevu partiju.
Što se tiče te afere vezano za šverc cigareta i to, tu moram da istaknem da je to prvenstveno uloga bila specijalnog državnog tužilaštva. I ne možemo mi kupiti iz agencije zasluge za to
Podijeljene zasluge.
kada smo bili, ajde da kažem tu, na neki način neko ko je pomogao tada SDT-u, ali prvenstveno njihova uloga i maksimalno njihova zasluga za sve to. Mi smo odradili jednu drugu stvar, reakcija na to je bila i vrlo jasna i krajnje nedvosmislena. Došla je tada odmah nakon te akcije od strane ruskog ambasadora u Crnoj Gori. Podsjetit ću samo na to, koji je bio vrlo jasan i koji je rekao da će Crna Gora zažaliti zbog toga što je uradila. Nekoliko dana nakon toga je došlo do moje smjene i to je bila jedina reakcija. Neka javnost onda cijeni da li je to odgovor, šta je razlog smjene i bilo šta drugo.
Onda da kažemo koju rečenicu o stanju koje ste vi zapravo u ANB-u zatekli. U kontekstu i te reakcije ruskog ambasadora, moje pitanje je koliko je ona u tom momentu zapravo bila porozna za službe koje, hajde da budemo diplomate u najmanju ruku, evo nisu partnerske.
Pazite, vi imate, u svakoj zemlji bi makar trebali imati one institucije, da kažemo, koje su dugoročne. Agencija za nacionalnu bezbjednost ili zovite je kako god hoćete u drugim zemljama, univerzitet, akademije, znanja, dakle policija, vojska. To su institucije koje bi trebale biti nezavisne, koje bi trebale biti otporne na bilo kakav partijski utjecaj. Sa politikom naravno moraju biti u vezi.
Mora biti bar suradnja, je li?
Upravo tako i makar kada je one osnovne smjernice tu u pitanju. Ali na partijski utjecaj i bilo koji drugi utjecaj moraju biti otporni. Ja ne vjerujem da je Agencija za nacionalnu bezbjednost u svim svojim prethodnim isto tako nazivima, zovite kako hoćete prije toga, u stvari ikad obavljala tu svoju osnovnu funkciju. A to je zaštita državnih interesa. Nego da je upravo i ona, kao i mnoge druge institucije, nažalost u Crnoj Gori, bile podređene zaštiti partijskih interesa i pojedinaca. To je ono što nije dobro. To je ono što ne smije da se dozvoli, da tako osjetljive institucije budu podložne partijskim utjecajima, da rade na zaštiti partijskih interesa i pojedinaca, da ne kažem čak kriminalnih klanova ili čega god hoćete drugo. One moraju biti stavljene u funkciju države.
Ili drugih država.
Ili, ne dao Bog, drugih država. One moraju voditi računa o interesima države. Onog momenta kada prestanu to da radi i kada se stave u funkciju svega ovoga o čemu sam govorio, onda imate problem. I u kontekstu toga, da li je bila porozna ili ne, pazite, sve službe nisu imune na te stvari. Ali ne bih rekao da smo tu imali toliki jedan propust koliko je to više bila stvar i pojedinaca i svega onoga što imate danas u bilo kojoj drugoj službi. Sa tim se treba boriti.
Dobro.
To je nešto sa čim smo krenuli da se borimo i što smo pokušali na jedan vrlo efikasan način onako da se sjećemo. Ne samo ta poroznost prema drugim zemljama, nego i unutar zemlje. Ne možete da dozvolite jednostavno da bilo ko radi taj posao u interesu, opet ponavljam, onoga nekoga da bi zaštitio ili lične ili partijske ili bilo koje druge interese. Suština je da tamo ima mnogo dobrih i kvalitetnih ljudi. Ljudi, nažalost, koji nisu imali priliku da taj svoj posao obavljaju profesionalno. I kada im date priliku da ga rade profesionalno, oni vrlo dobro znaju šta mogu, šta smiju, šta ne smiju. I oni vrlo dobro znaju kako da taj posao obavljaju. Ali im treba dati priliku i reći im da taj posao moraju obavljati u interesu države. Ne bilo koje partije, ne bilo kojeg pojedinca, ne bilo koje druge službe i ne dao Bog bilo kakvog kriminalnog klana.
Kako biste onda, opet kažem, u svjetlu informacija koje u ovom momentu imate, ocijenili trenutno stanje sigurnosnog sektora u Crnoj Gori? Možda sad ova metodologija koju predložim nije najsretnija, ali kad biste ih ocjenjivali na nekoj skali, evo ovoj standardnoj, osnovnoškolskoj, negdje i univerzitetskoj, od 1 do 5, Ima li smisla ocjenjivati ih tako?
Ne bih ja tu metodologiju
Dobro.
primijenio. Ne bih tu metodologiju primijenio. Stanje u sektoru bezbjednosti u ovom momentu nikad gore nije bilo.
Dobro.
Nije gore bilo ni 90. godina kada smo mislili da je najgore, čini mi se, i da teško može da bude gore od toga. Nije loše ono što mnogi misle, to je da je ono urušeno posljednje 3 godine. Nije. Vi da ste imali jake te institucije, vi da ste imali jaku službu, vi da ste imali jaku policiju, vojsku, sve ostale institucije, mi danas ne bi bili u ovoj situaciji, mi danas ne bi govorili o tim
A
stvarima.
svejedno opet kažete nikad gore nije bilo.
Ovdje se samo zbog čega nikad gore. Ako vi decenijama ne pravite i ne jačate te institucije sistema, onda ne možete očekivati da kada dođe posle toliko godina do promjene jednog sistema,
Dobro.
do smjene vlasti, iskren da budem, ja sam očekivao tada da će, makar na osnovu svih priča, očigledno pogrešno očekivao, da će početi da se radi na jačanju tih institucija. I da sva ona priča oko toga da partijsko zapošljavanje i sve ostalo i da partije neće imati utjecaj nad makar tim sektorima, da će to ostati sa strane, to se nije desilo. Naprotiv, ono se još više intenziviralo. I zato ste imali situaciju da su institucije koje nisu bile dovoljno jake, da se odbrane od svega toga, da u stvari se vrlo brzo još više uruše. Zato imamo tako loše situacije, tako loše stanje i sektora bezbjednosti, ne samo u Agenciji za nacionalnu bezbjednost, nego i u vojsci, nego i u policiji, nego imate to u obrazovanju, na kraju krajeva, veoma bitno, imate to u kulturi, imate to u svim sferama društva.
Dakle, nikad gore nije bilo. Objasnili ste dijelom zbog čega. U kontekstu globalnih dešavanja, dakle, i važnosti sigurnosne službe za svaku zemlju, opet se vraćam na ovu priču o poroznosti, otvorenosti za službe. Šta možemo reći u tom kontekstu?
Pazite jednu stvar, Adrane. Ono što je ključ za budućnost, kako bi imali i službu i institucije koje su otporne na te stvari, to je da ih jačamo iznutra. A jačat ćemo ih na način što će svako ko radi u tim institucijama znati zbog čega radi taj posao, imati mogućnost da ga obavlja profesionalno. Da niko ne dođe u situaciju ako radi taj posao profesionalno, da zbog toga sutra ispašta ili bude kažnjen. To su situacije koje ne smiju da se dešavaju. Ako vi imate, ako svakom zaposlenom date mogućnost da profesionalno radi taj posao i ohrabrite ga u tome, onda nećete imati problem. Onda nećete imati situaciju da vam kriminalci sjede u službama, onda nećete imati situaciju da oni koji ne ispunjavaju ni osnovne uslove mogu preći kapije, a kamoli biti službenici ovako osjetljivih institucija, i onda ćete imati otpornost na sve to. Uvijek će biti izuzetaka, da se razumijemo. Taj dio nije sporan. Ali se sa tim treba boriti na ovaj način.
U kontekstu globalnih dešavanja, rata u Ukrajini, utjecaja Srbije na kraju krajeva na susjedne zemlje, pa između ostalog i na Crnu Goru, s jedne strane, i s druge strane partnerske službe, evo, kako biste, da tako kažem, gledište partnerskih službi ocijenili? Možda ja nemam dovoljno informacija, nemam sigurno, ali evo, ne čujem ih, rekao bih, dovoljno. Da čujemo ponekad, povremeno.
Nećete ih ni čuti.
Dobro.
Nije to nešto što je uobičajeno, nećete vi nikad vidjeti ni kad su uspjesi, a ni kad su neuspjesi u pitanju, da se partnerske službe oglašavaju i da hvale ili kude drugu službu. Institucionalna saradnja mora da postoji. I to je ono što je ključ. Koliko god da je loše stanje nekad u nekoj zemlji, ja sam uvijek za to da ta institucionalna saradnja postoji, pa makar ona bila na tom minimalnom nivou, ali da se održava. Nije dobro da se prekine, jer onda je vrlo teško obnoviti. O tome kakva je ta saradnja i o tome šta se zaista misli i kako se radi, najbolje govori to da od tog momenta, znači prije godinu dana, do danas mi nismo vidjeli nikakve pomake na tom planu. Mi nismo nikakve rezultate vidjeli. Mi smo vidjeli jednostavno presjecanje svega onoga što se tada radilo. To je sasječeno u startu. Ništa dalje nije nastavljeno da se radi po tom pitanju i to nije dobro. Šaljemo jednu vrlo lošu poruku na taj način. To su stvari koje će neko možda prečutati, ali zaboraviti definitivno neće i to su stvari definitivno koje ne ostavljaju lijepu sliku o Crnoj Gori. Ako ste vi partner i ako stvarno dijelite i one vrijednosti za koje se makar deklarativno zalažete, onda to morate i pokazati nekim djelima. Ne možete samo pričati o tome, ne možete ići i fotografisati se i snimati se i kititi se tuđim imperijem, otkrivati neke stvari koje ne bi nikad trebali da budu otkrivene u smislu nekih operacija i detalja vezano za to, jer su postojali neke možda dalji neki koraci koji su bili planirani, nego ćete jednostavno sjesti, zasukati rukavi i raditi sa tim partnerima. Vrlo često, dakle, rezultati neće biti poznati javnosti, ali će itekako
javnost osjetiti benefite rezultata.
Itekako vidjeti i vrijeme onda pokaže i kako te partnerske zemlje i službe i svi ostali reaguju na to.
Možda sad ovo što ću vas pitati, opet u kontekstu odgovora koji date, bude dobar savjet nekome s jedne strane ili s druge strane, evo, možete li vi sebe ponovo zamisliti na poziciji direktora ANB-a i evo, ide, formirat će se neka vlada, pa taman se izbori ponovili, i neko vam ponovo kaže, pa vidi, Savo, mi mislimo da, evo, bi ti trebao da nastaviš tamo gdje si stao. Odgovorite mi kakav bi vaš odgovor bio i šta bi bila prva stvar koju biste uradili?
Kada sam se prihvatio prvi put toga posla, otišao sam sa vjerom da stvarno mogu nešto promijeniti. I tada sam tražio i od premijera da imam nedvosmislenu podršku, političku, za sve reforme koje je potrebno sprovesti u Agenciji za nacionalnu bezbjednost. Znao sam vrlo dobro šta me čeka. Nisam otišao onako naslijepo tamo. Znao sam dosta koliko je loša situacija, ali nisam mogao ni pretpostaviti da je toliko urušeno, posebno u posljednjih nekoliko godina. Naravno, kao i svaki političar, tada i premijer obećao bezrezervnu podršku za sve ono što imam u planu da radim, koja naravno kasnije nije se vidjela u praksi. Tako da kada bi me danas neko to pitao, ono što bih ponovo tražio, to je ta opet nedvosmislena politička podrška koja je potrebna ne meni, nego bilo kom direktoru agencije, da se ostavi da radi svoj posao. A konkretno za mene, znate, kad se neko od varenike opeče, onda i u jogurt duva.
Pa dobro.
Tako da dobro bih tu razmislio i vidio kakve su okolnosti. Definitivno nikad ne bih mogao biti direktor agencije u vladi koja nije nedvosmisleno proevropska. Tu ne bih mogao sebe vidjeti. U vladi koja se ne zalaže za sve one vrijednosti za koje se borimo ovdje posljednjih 20 godina.
U ovoj konstelaciji političkih odnosa, dakle, u opet kontekstu, često pominjemo ovu riječ kontekst, ovog procesa pregovora, dogovora, razgovora o formiranju vlade, iskreno, varnica koje su nekad manje, nekad više vidljive između predsjednika ove države i onoga kome je dao zapravo mandat za sastavljanje nove vlade, koliko je takva vlada izvjesna o kojoj vi govorite?
Ja znam da je sve manje optimizma ovih dana. Ja sam ipak onaj nepopravljivi optimista, čini se. Ja još uvijek gajim nadu da može doći i da treba doći do formiranja takve vlade. To je ono što je nasušno potrebno Crnoj Gori. Sve ostalo će skupo koštati Crnu Goru. Sve ostalo nije dobro za Crnu Goru i sve ostalo ide samo nekim drugima u prilog. Neka se bilo ko zapita i u ovoj sali i oni koji gledaju i prate kome je jedino u interesu da ne dođe do formiranja vlade u ovom momentu. I to
Kome je jedino u interesu da ne dođe do formiranja vlade u ovom momentu?
Onima koji rade sve na tome da uruše taj projekat.
Ko su ti?
A to je Beograd i Moskva u ovom momentu.
Dobro.
Vrlo precizno. I koji su na sve moguće načine i do sada i ovih dana pokušavali da uruše taj koncept i koji će raditi i nastojati sve to da nastave do kraja. Zato i gospodin Spajić i svi oko njega moraju da shvate da moraju imati malo više petlje.
Beograd i Moskva to mogu uraditi ako imaju izvođače radova.
A imaju ih dovoljno.
Dobro.
Ima ih više nego dovoljno. Ne trebaju im ljudi iz Beograda, ne trebaju im ljudi iz Moskve, ima ih u Crnoj Gori koliko god hoćete. Ali zato i gospodin Spajić i svi ostali moraju shvatiti ako želimo neku bolju Crnu Goru, ako želimo zaista da se izvučemo iz ovog haosa, svi znamo u kakvom je stanju trenutno Crna Gora, da se neke mjere moraju preduzeti što prije. Da vremena, da svaki dan koji prolazi ide samo nekim drugima u korist.
Tih koliko god hoćete, dakle ima, čim kažemo koliko god hoćete, ali to moraju biti oni koji imaju poluge da ostvare ovo o čemu govorimo.
Opet vam kažem, za sve to ne možemo gledati samo taj period u posljednje 3 godine.
Slažemo se.
Neko je i prije toga omogućio da danas imamo plodno tle za sve to.
Dobro, dakle, bivša vlast.
Tako je. I niko drugi.
Milo Đukanović.
DPS na čelu sa svima onima koji su omogućavali, da budemo vrlo precizni, sa svima onima koji su omogućavali da dođe do tih stvari. A sve, opet ponavljam, zbog toga što nije dolazilo do jačanja institucija sistema. Ne zbog bilo čega drugog. I da smo mi jačali te institucije sistema i da smo imali te institucije sistema koje su otporne na te stvari, mi danas ne bi razgovarali o ovim stvarima. Koliko je dobro vođena spoljna politika, koliko je vrlo precizno vođena i koliko nikakvih grešaka na spoljnom planu nije bilo, toliko na unutrašnjem planu bilo grešaka. Da se vodila ta unutrašnja politika onako dobro kao što se vodila spoljna, mi opet, kažem, ne bi bili danas u ovoj situaciji, ne bi uopšte raspravljali o ovom. Jer bi imali te institucije koje su otporne i imali bi jednu mnogo kvalitetniju priču.
Vidjeli ste koliko smo jučer vremena korisno utrošili, tako ću reći, govoreći o identitetskim pitanjima. Sad u kontekstu i glasova iz Crne Gore, ali i glasova iz Beograda, u prvom redu od srbijanskog predsjednika Aleksandra Vučića, hoću da vas pitam, a meni malo ta riječ ugroženost, kao nekome ko je preživio opsadu Sarajeva, izaziva PTSP, znate, zaista, ali moram vas to pitati. Jesu li Srbi ugroženi u Crnoj Gori? Ako jesu, po kojoj osnovi? Ako nisu, zašto nisu? Ili evo ta ugroženost podijeljena, tako da kažem?
Ja bih rekao da su itekako ugroženi.
Dobro. Što?
Ugroženi u istoj mjeri kao što su ugroženi Crnogorci, Albanci, Hrvati ili bilo ko drugi. Zato što nemamo institucije. Opet se vraćam na njih. I opet polazim od toga. Zato što su nam institucije sistema slabe, ljudi moji. Jer ako nemate zaštitu i ako ne osjećate zaštitu pred institucijom, kako se onda bilo ko može osjećati bezbjedno? Ja imam prijatelje koji su došli na ovom forumu koji po prvi put, sad dolaze godina u Crnu Goru, koji po prvi put sad mi govore da se ne osjećaju baš toliko prijatno kao prethodnih godina kada su dolazili.
Šta nude kao argument zbog čega se ne osjećaju?
Pazite, vi ako prođete s koje god strane da dođete i ako vidite razne natpise u gradovima i ako vidite slova Z na billboardima i ako vidite sve neke poruke koje vrlo ružnu sliku šalju, onda ja mogu potpuno da razumijem takve reakcije. I to nije dobro.
Da.
To, nažalost, nije dobro. To nije Crna Gora za koju se ja borim i za koju sam se borio posljednjih 20 i kusur godina. I to nije Crna Gora koju želim da vidim ni u budućnosti i to definitivno ne mislim da je Crna Gora koju treba da ostavimo svojim potomcima.
Mi razgovaramo tačno 25 minuta. kako leti ovo vrijeme brzo, da bismo ispoštovali i agendu i sve naše sugovornice, sugovornike, da bismo ispoštovali ljude koji nas slušaju. Evo ja predlažem da vidimo, da čujemo komentar iz publike, pitanje za gospodina Kenteru, ako imate. Ima, evo sad, samo da dođe s jedne od strana mikrofon, eto ga.
Dobar dan, poštovanje i hvala vam na prilici da mogu da direktno komuniciram sa vama. Imam pitanje, pominjali ste negdje na početku da institucije treba jačati iznutra, pored institucija generalno, pomenuli ste i Agenciju za nacionalnu bezbjednost. To što je građanima javno dostupna informacija, uglavnom putem medija, jer poslovanje agencije prosto ne dozvoljava neki dublji uvid u njihove aktivnosti. Rekli ste jačanje iznutra, a iz medija svaki građanin Crne Gore mogao je da vidi na koji način, na koje sve načine su zapošljavani određeni kadrovi. Fokus mog obraćanja je upravo ove protekle 3 godine od 2020. godine od vašeg prethodnika, gospodina Vukšića, na poziciji direktora agencije. Moje konkretno pitanje bi bilo da li je počinjena trajna, odnosno trajnija šteta po agenciju, jer kako očekivati da možemo da osnažimo tu agenciju iznutra, jer je vrlo teško pretpostaviti da je moguće izvesti neko, uslovno rečeno, prevaspitavanje trenutno zapošljenih kadrova po ovim procedurama koje su itekako vrlo sporne i naravno dovodi se u pitanje i njihov kredibilitet za obavljanje određenih poslova. Znate i sami da imamo jednog od visoko pozicioniranih funkcionera unutar agencije koji je vrlo sumnjive bezbjednosne biografije za funkciju koju obavlja. Dakle, da li je počinjena trajnija šteta po agenciju? U svakom slučaju to je uzročno-posljedično vezano za trajniju štetu nacionalne bezbjednosti Crne Gore kao države, jer kako da očekujemo da će biti da možemo očekivati adekvatan odgovor službenika agencije i njenog poslovanja na sve hibridne, maliciozne, subverzivne aktivnosti koje su nas dovele trenutno na pragu onog stanja propale države koja je jedan od proizvoda upravo ovih aktivnosti. Hvala vam puno.
Hvala vama puno. Ja predlažem da vidimo imamo li još nekoga ako bi želio da da neki komentar ili da postavi pitanje. Kratko, molim vas.
Moje poštovanje, David Vukićević, predsjednik mreže za omladinski aktivizam Crne Gore. Pitanje je vrlo jasno. Situacija je sada onakva kakvom ste i opisali. Kakvu projektujete situaciju u nekih narednih 10 ili 20 godina, budući da stasavaju novi mladi ljudi koji će biti nosioci različitih društveno-političkih promjena u javnom životu Crne Gore, koji su u zavidnoj mjeri, rekao bih, potpali pod uticaj indoktrinacije različitih aktera sa stranih adresa, a na drugoj strani ne imamo adekvatan odgovor proevropskih i evroatlantskih snaga u jačanju svijesti mladih o onome zapravo što je suštinski i vitalni interes Crne Gore. Zahvaljujem.
Hvala lijepo. Izvolite.
Evo, prvo, hvala na oba pitanja. Pomenuli ste medije i ono što bih ja rekao to je da nije dobro uopšte što se i Agencija za nacionalnu bezbjednost i ljudi koji rade tamo toliko često ili gotovo u zadnje vrijeme svakodnevno pominju u mediji. Svaki put kad pomenete nekoga ko radi u službi u medije, vi možete računati da je on kompromitovan i da je on više neupotrebljiv. To neko vrlo svjesno radi, to je neko vrlo svjesno počeo da radi još ranije, kako bi upravo kompromitovao i čitavu službu i ljude koji radi u njoj. Sa tim se mora prestati. Da li se može agencija vratiti i da li se može ispraviti sve ovo što se dešava?
Da, je li ova šteta ireverzibilna ili reverzibilna?
Ja bih rekao, ako ima volje i kada postoji volje i kada postoji ljudi koji su čisti i nekompromitovani, koji su spremni da se upuste u neke stvari, onda se sve to vrlo brzo može popraviti. Jer opet vam ponavljam, ima izuzetno kvalitetnih ljudi tamo, ljudi koji ne interesuje apsolutno politika, ljudi koji su se opredijelili za taj posao zato što su željeli najbolje ovoj državi, a opet ponavljam, nisu imali priliku da taj posao rade. To sam se uvjerio dok sam bio tamo i tim ljudima treba dati priliku i sa ljudima, opet ponavljam, koji su besprekorno čisti, taj posao se vrlo brzo može dovesti do kraja. Jednu ću vam stvar reći, što mi je jedan prijatelj rekao, ima i 10 godina, o tom kakav profil treba da bude tu. I kaže, Savo, veli, ovaj posao je toliko prljav da ga samo najčistiji ljudi mogu raditi. I to je istina. U to sam se uvjerio i to je ono čemu treba težiti u stvari. Kada identifikujete takve ljude i kada takve ljude dovedete na ključne pozicije, onda nemate brigu nikakvu za sve ostalo. Onda će sve ostalo ići svojim tokom. A gdje je Crna Gora...
Ova projekcija, ovo je zanimljivo pitanja, da upravo u kontekstu, dakle, da ponovimo stasavanja i nekih novih generacija, utjecaja retrogradnih ideja, šta je nasuprot onih koji šire, ili ko su ljudi koji bi morali biti nasuprot onih širitelja retrogradnih ideja, ne samo u Crnoj Gori, govorim evo i za ovaj cijeli dio našeg svijeta.
Pazite jednu stvar, ja jesam neko ko je čitav život u sektoru bezbjednosti, ali da bi odgovorili na to pitanje i da bi mi stvorili sutra neke nove generacije koje će zaista gledati naprijed, a ne u prošlost. Ključna stvar je jedna temeljita, korijenita reforma sektora obrazovanja i kulture. Ta dva segmenta u Crnoj Gori su potpuno srozana. I zato vi ne možete očekivati da nove generacije razmišljaju o budućnosti, da na jedan kvalitetan način da se zanemare i da zaborave sve one retrogradne ideje prošlosti i da ostanu zarobljeni u tom bablu. Dok ne sprovedemo tu reformu obrazovanja i kulture, zato DF insistira da dobije te pozicije. Zato ih ne interesuje sektor bezbjednosti. Šta će im sektor bezbjednosti kada će sa obrazovanjem i sa kulturom pokreti Crnu Goru u narednih 20 godina? Tu stasavaju nove generacije. Oni se obrazuju na fakultetima, u srednjim školama. I moramo imati profesore koji misle svojom glavom, koji misle na budućnost ove zemlje i koji mi stalno govorimo o tim vrijednostima, o tim zapadnim vrijednostima, ali to su u stvari one tradicionalne vrijednosti, u stvari crnogorske tradicionalne vrijednosti koje su potpuno zanemarene, koje su potpuno pale u drugi plan. Šta je sa čojstvom i junaštvom crnogorskim? Je li to možda samo mit koji uvijek postojao ili se trenutno izgubio? Ako se trenutno izgubio, ajte da vidimo kako da ga vrati. Ako ga je ikad i bilo. Ja danas to čojstvo i junaštvo crnogorsko, odmah da vam kažem, ne vidim. Ne vidim ga zato što se svi samo kitimo nekim stvarima i pričamo oko nekih stvari, a suštinski ne radimo ništa da pokažemo šta je prava Crna Gora. To je problem.
30 sekundi za kraj uz jedno neslaganje. Ima u ovoj zemlji čojstva i junaštva. Biće ga više u kontekstu vidljivosti, evo ja bih tako rekao.
U kontekstu vidljivosti nadam se, Adnane, da će ga biti mnogo više i to je ono čemu treba da težimo. To je ono čemu zaista treba da težimo i ne bi dobro bilo da ono nestane u potpunosti, ali ga moramo probuditi. Moramo ga probuditi kod ljudi i to je ono što zaista očekujem da vidim sutra, jednu bolju, kvalitetniju Crnu Goru koja će baštiniti one tradicionalne vrijednosti ukomponovane sa ovim zapadnim vrijednostima koje se borimo.
Univerzalnim vrijednostima,
upravo tako.
Civilizacijskim
upravo
vrijednostima.
Tako.
Savo, hvala vam.
Hvala vam.
Hvala.
Da ne bih gubio dalje vrijeme na moju priču, ne bih trošio Jasminino vrijeme, prepuštam joj ovu našu lijepu pozornicu. Jasmina, izvoli.
Lako za moje vrijeme, ali imamo online spikere koji nas čekaju, pa ćemo onda nastaviti dalje. Ja ću evo sjesti ovdje, da ih lako vidim. Dobar dan, ponovno danas. Prošli put je bio Hollywood, ovaj put smo ipak razgovarali u nešto mirnijem stilu. I'll continue in English because our next speakers are all online and ready to join us. Our next panel is Red Alert: Unmasking Russia's Security Challenge to the Transatlantic Community. Please allow me to invite our speakers to join us. Mark Galeotti, Executive Director of Mayak Intelligence. The next one is Nicholas Gvozdev, Professor at US Naval War College. And the third one is Yulia Osmolovska, Head of Globsec Kiev office. They will join us shortly. Let me set the scene until they do. For the next 40 minutes, we will be unmasking Russia's security challenge to the transatlantic community. We all see and hear daily the consequences of Russia's action in Ukraine, the scale of it. But Russia's war, except from security, has also had a profound impact on global economy and the welfare of billion people around the world, on energy and food security, nuclear safety, on the environment. Since the war against Ukraine shattered peace and gravely altered the security environment, the NATO was clear in its message. The Russian Federation is the most significant and direct threat to allies' security and to the peace and stability in Euro-Atlantic area. And NATO does not seek confrontation and poses no threat to Russia, but will continue to respond to Russian threats. I hope my speakers won't mind if I continue this panel discussion with addressing them by their first name. Thank you so much. Mr. Galeotti or Mark, let's start with the political perspectives that are driving the Kremlin challenge to the West.
Yes, I mean, it's interesting that if one listens to Putin's rhetoric these days, essentially this is a grand global struggle. This is not actually a war in, or even, as he would put it, against Ukraine. This is actually Russia defending itself against a West that is trying to undermine, marginalize, and even dismantle the Russian Federation. And Ukraine is just the most visible and kinetic of a whole series of global battlefields. So that is the current rhetorical line. In part, this is clearly just an alibi, an explanation as to why what was intended as a brief, neat fait accompli in Ukraine has turned into a lengthy and, from Russia, I would suggest, unwinnable war. But it is more than that. I mean, I think it does represent the fact that Putin, if not necessarily the mass of the Russian elite or people, has indeed come to internalize this notion that Russia is in a politically existential struggle. And therefore, if we look at actually what the threat is, I think from Putin's point of view, this is not actually about, further invasions, territorial gains, or whatever, even if his military was in fit state to do that. It is rather about, as he would see it, breaking the model, the unipolar, US-dominated Western world order, and creating one in which national sovereignty is essentially something that is dependent on how strong you are. So strong countries will naturally impose their will upon weaker ones. It's of creating a world in which Russia is recognized as a great power, and it's recognizing a world in which our concepts of international law and the like do not apply. Mm-hmm. And I think so that is really how I would frame it. Yes, it's actually about a struggle against Ukraine and a struggle for Putin's own political survival, but he's now framing it in much wider systemic terms as one in which, essentially the future of the world is at stake.
Mm-hmm. Yulia, the world is becoming militarily and politically more and more dangerous, from hybrid to atomic. So except from the obvious one, what do you see as the main Russia's security challenge to the transatlantic community?
Yes, let me try to answer your question from a bit psychological point of view, and say that I would see the main Russia security challenge to the transatlantic community in ever-growing assertiveness based on greed for imperial ambitions to divide rule in Eurasia mainland, and phantom pains for dissolved USSR and territories of the countries that become independent, inability of Russia to accept this new reality, And this actually could be leading to a desire to dominate as a global power, like Mark Galotti said. Therefore, this threat of security and stability in Europe always will be there. And this will be there also because of the competitive character, like Russia views the world. So it's not about like cooperation or win-win models of engagement. It's rather about power struggle, which you also can see in their negotiation approaches. And actually, there should be periods of snow breaks in relations, which could be defined by relative Russia weakness, the period when Russia is quite weak, or there is a trend to pseudo liberalized approaches in engagement with the West, as we've seen in some historical periods in the past. But basically, the war in Ukraine clearly shown that the real ambitions to divide and rule in Europe are still there. The Leopard will never change its ports, and actually this growing assertiveness also is being explained by the accumulation that Russia is receiving now in Ukraine, and seeing that it is not losing to Ukraine, but it is losing to the entire Euro-Atlantic community.
Mm-hmm. As Julia said, it's not about cooperation, but about power struggle. Nicholas, talking about Russia's behavior against its neighbors and against the wider transatlantic community, the challenge is not only security one, it's also geo-economic. What does this include?
Well, thank you very much, and pleasure to be here, and I'll offer my own thoughts on this question. Look, Russia under Putin has seen economic tools no less than military and hybrid power and subversive tools as part of its toolkit for influencing others, exerting power, trying to change the course, as both Yulia and Mark have pointed out, a very 19th century view of the international system where great powers do what they wish and smaller powers have to accept what the great powers dish out. And part of this has been that Russia sees itself and has positioned itself as a key supplier of important commodities to the world economy, starting with energy, food, minerals, all sorts of parts that the advanced economies require in order to sustain themselves. And so what we've seen over the last number of years is a Russian effort, in essence, to, as Julia said, try to divide Europe by essentially being able to say, we sit on top of the supply chains which power your economies, which enable you to have a standard of living. And if you don't want to accede to our demands or what we wish, we can cut them off. If you sanction us, we will find ways around those sanctions, and we will turn to other suppliers. And most importantly, we can help the rise of other economic centers in the world, starting with China, by being able to offer them
so talking about sanctions, Nicholas, did it work?
Resources. So the challenge also for the West is not just simply how to meet the Russian challenge, but also how to then substitute, how to find alternate sources of the energies and commodities that the Western economies require in order to remain both economically competitive, but also to generate the security tools that we need to defend the Euro-Atlantic world.
Talking about sanctions, Nicholas, did they work? There were rounds and rounds of sanctions. They were also felt in the countries that were imposing them on Russia. How do you see the situation now?
I think the problem was, and has always been with regard to Russia sanctions, is that Western policymakers have always oversold them, what they can do, what they could achieve. It's very clear that the sanctions imposed by the West have impacted Russia. They've impacted Russia negatively. Russia has less income. Russia has less access. Putin has talked a lot in the past about the development of the Russian Arctic as the key to Russia remaining one of the great powers. And the sanctions that have been imposed have cut Russia off from the European finance and technology that he needs for the Arctic to be developed. So there's no doubt that sanctions have had an impact. The question is, have they had a sufficient impact to change behavior, to essentially compel the Kremlin to move in a different direction? And there, as you've noted, the record is mixed. And the issue, of course, is that sanctioning powers have to be able to absorb the costs of the counter-sanctions. And in some cases here, I think that the West underestimated the impact of sanctions on compelling Russian behavior and perhaps didn't factor in as much what the costs might be for the United States, for different states in Europe to impose these sanctions. And certainly that is part of Russia's soft power, sharp power tools in trying to divide Europe by suggesting and reaching out directly to try to manipulate populations that their economic hard times are in some ways related to the sanctions that they have imposed on Russia.
Mark, how far do internal politics in divisions within Russia influence its foreign operations?
This is the kind of question which I'm going to give the very unsatisfying answer at once: a lot and very little. On the one hand, the basic thrust of policy is absolutely fixed by Putin and the increasingly small circle of people that he actually listens to. And on the whole, these are people of the same kind of mindset. Most of them actually are the same KGB background. They are still, I would suggest, sort of psychologically scarred by the end of empire at the end of 1991. And that has metastasized into a sense of anger and resentment against the sort of the West that I think has basically been the source of their problems. So, grand policy is essentially set by them. However, how that's operationalized, how that actually sort of is then sort of applied in whether it's in terms of the battlefield in Ukraine or in terms of policy in other countries, there it's actually a much more interesting situation, because we do see that this is a modern 21st century institutionalized state which is run by an almost medieval court at the very top. And within that court, there are all kinds of actors who basically are trying to enrich themselves. They're trying to increase their own political power. They are prosecuting feuds against their rivals. And we see actually that there's been a fragmentation of policy in many ways. If you look at, for example, policy towards the Balkans specifically, this is clearly an area where instead of the Russian foreign ministry, it's Nikolai Patrushev, the exceedingly hawkish secretary of the Russian Security Council, who essentially has acquired a sort of the dominant role. If one looks at Syria, it's the defense ministry. If one looks at Venezuela, it's Igor Sechin, the head of Rosneft, the hydrocarbons sort of giant. So, in this respect, we can see degrees of nuance. We can see competition between different actors. But the problem is that ultimately this is a system in which the only real currency is Putin's favor. And for these people, they're all trying to essentially curry favor with the boss. They're trying to impress Putin, show that they have ideas, that they have capacities. And so although they're often operating at cross purposes, they're often trying to enrich themselves in the process, they're all trying to basically show Putin that they are his most effective, his toughest, his most committed supporters, because that way they acquire impunity from their crimes and enrichment for their lives. So this is why it's an interestingly complex one. We have a single applied policy from above, but it's kind of refracted through the self-interest and the ambitions of all kind of different institutions and actors. It's not carefully coordinated.
Julia, are both sides of the Atlantic at the same side when it comes to Russia's security challenge, or are there differences in approach that you see?
Yeah, I would say that currently we observe a tendency that the both sides of the Atlantics are on the same page. But there might be slight deviations to the previous position some of the countries used to take in some point in the future. So let me explain to you briefly what I mean by that. So basically, at the beginning of the war, definitely we saw a clear division of perception of this threat coming from Russia. From the countries of the Central and Eastern Europe had this experience of dealing with the Russia in Soviet times, and especially to have this experience of Russian troops being present in these countries. And these countries obviously were the most keen supporters of Ukraine, and they were acting as a sort of engines for driving this consolidated position of the support from the Western countries. Whereas for countries like France, like Germany, Iberian countries, Spain, Italy, Portugal, Russia is a bit of a distant threat. So they don't perceive this as sensitive as it had been perceived by the Central and Eastern European countries. United States had always been the supporter for Ukraine as well as like United Kingdom, but for a bit different reasons. Like we mentioned already, great power competition and against the background of the Afghanistan situation. So I think that for United States, this support to Ukraine had multidimensional aspects from this point of great power games. And actually, eventually, as I've been told recently in Brussels, it is because of the Zelensky personally and all the Ukrainians, we finally managed to get this very strong and consolidating position of all the transatlantic community to support Ukraine and to commit to support Ukraine as long as it takes. However, we shouldn't exclude the psychological factor of a sort of like a relative fatigue, so getting used to an irritator, and that this position might be fluctuating in moods with the length of time, especially when there are some political changes in different countries, like we see, for instance, right now in Slovakia. The recent statements that Slovakia is not going to supply Ukraine any longer with military equipment politically is seen as a sign of not supporting and deviating Slovakia from this consolidated position. However, it physically might be explained by the simple fact that Slovakia has given almost everything that it could already to Ukraine when it comes to the military equipment. So basically, to sum up, currently we experience the highest possible level of consolidated position and perception of Russia as a threat by different actors within this transatlantic community. However, we not excluding the risks of deviation of particular countries within this unity, and Ukraine is actually right now is doing a lot to maintain and to keep this unity and to keep this issue highly on the agenda.
Yulia, you mentioned the psychological and also the political view of the situation. Do you think that the understanding of the reality can be the same for the people who have a gun to their head and for the ones who are trying to help, but also to avoid having a gun to theirs?
No, definitely not. Very good question, Yasmin, because I can give you my own example. When the war in Georgia happened in 2008, Ukrainian helped Georgia with the military equipment, with the armory. Ukrainians had been very sympathetic to Georgians, but we were not as into the situation as we faced ourselves in February 2022, when we realized the actual real sound of the engines of military helicopters, Russian troops descending on your land in front of your eyes, and so on. So it definitely makes a big difference when you speak from the point of witnessing the event or hearing this missile sound or remnants falling on your head, and you just think, are you going to die or alive after that? And therefore, there is this challenge, this psychological challenge for us to keep this attention and support from the European community, especially those of distant countries. But we will do our utmost, realizing this effect, to keep the support as high as it can.
Nicholas, how successful is Russia in its intention to act as a spoiler, disruptor, all along the edges of the Euro-Atlantic world? What are Russian focal points of interest in this area, and how does that affect the transatlantic community?
Well, that's always been part of the Russian strategy, is to create pressure and problems on the periphery as a way to influence developments in Europe. And essentially, in the past, and we saw this with the refugee crisis, with Syria, with Libya, to say that Russia needs to be part of the solution, so to speak, in order to spare the European core these negative impacts. So the idea that, well, don't sanction Russia as much because then Russia might do something and then there could be more refugees crossing the Mediterranean. So that's been part of the strategy in the past. Moving forward, I think we have to shift that Russia is aware, or at least some in the Russian government are aware, that time is not on Russia's side with regard to where Russia is positioned in the global economy. And we have these new projects, the Middle Corridor running from Central Asia through the Caspian and Black Sea into Southeastern Europe, into the Balkans, these very new ambitious proposals for the India, Indonesia to the Middle East again, and then into Europe again through Southeastern Europe as the points for these new corridors for trade, for resources. And I think increasingly, Russia will try to disrupt those linkages, to try to prevent the Euro-Atlantic world, but more specifically Europe, from gaining access to alternate sources of resources. And so whether it's the coup in Niger, which was impacts plans for a trans-Sahara gas pipeline, whether it's activities in the Black Sea, attempting to make that a no-go zone for trade, Russia will try to create these pressure points on the periphery of the Euro-Atlantic community, going back again to, as Julia said, to try to divide opinion in Europe and to get people to say, we've done too much, this is too costly for us, we should have some degree of a settlement with Russia in order to try to go back to a pre-2022 relationship. And that's, again, we can see some of the outlines with that in what Russia has been doing in other parts of the world.
Mark, coming back to the topic that you covered, do we have a Putin problem or a Russia problem? Looking ahead, will Russia continue to be the most significant and direct threat to allies' security as NATO is defining it now in the post-Putin era?
Yes, this is one of the issues that very much, I think, dramatically divides the expert and policy communities. Myself, I'm more of the view that we have a Putin and a Putin's generation problem. If one looks at the next political generation, on the whole, look, these are not nice people. These are not natural democrats. These are ruthless, opportunistic kleptocrats. Of course, the interesting thing is that this war is very bad for business for most, though not all, of the kleptocrats. You know, at the risk of trivializing it, what's the point in stealing on an industrial scale if you can't then moor your yacht off the coast of Italy, if you can't go to or buy your agreeable penthouse in central London, if you can't send your kids to an American university? From their point of view, you know, I think that there is a sense in which, yes, they are not interested in democratizing Russia, they're not interested in rule of law, but they would be interested in improving relations simply so that they can get back to the good old days of early Putinism, when they could steal at home and bank and spend abroad. The thing is, of course, it's whether or not this political generation is actually able to take over in the foreseeable future. You know, if Putin himself is in a position to manage his own succession, and there's no signs at the moment that he plans to step down, I don't believe he can, because the risks to him would be too great. But if he does manage his succession, he will presumably pick someone whom he thinks shares his vision for Russia. But in the longer term, look, I mean, there is ample evidence that the Russian people themselves, while not being anywhere near as horrified as we might hope about what's happening in Ukraine, but nonetheless, you know, are not willing to see continued massive costs for a war that they don't truly understand. We have, you know, again, broadly speaking, maybe a quarter of Russians are supportive of the war genuinely, a quarter are opposed, and a half, frankly, are somewhere in a muddy middle. So I think it's very much, we should not play down to Putin's own tactic, which is to more or less suggest, look, you think I'm bad? Just think how terrible someone else would be. I think actually Putin and the people around Putin are as bad for the West and the rest of the world as really we can expect. So from my point of view, I think we should assume this is more of a Putin problem. But that does not mean that suddenly, as soon as he goes, we instantly transition into an era of peace and harmony. It will always be a rocky issue, especially, and this is my final point, so long as the Ukrainians understandably and rightly are looking for not just an end to the fighting, but also justice. Justice for the war criminals, justice in terms of reparations. I mean, these are inevitably going to be friction points in the future, whoever is in the Kremlin.
Yulia, let's keep on moving, looking forward. Will Russia, do you think, emerge from this war weak and isolated from politics to economy, but also other aspects, cultural, scientific, sports, and so on, or not? And talking about the new security architecture, where do you see Russia after the war? Will it be part of an Asian world where China is the dominant power?
Yes. Thank you very much. So basically, yes, I would answer that Russia will be weak politically, isolated after this war, even in the eyes of Russia itself. Because for Russia, it's always been the case of belong to the club of the most advanced, technologically advanced, the most modern part of the world, like they still treat transatlantic community. They can say a lot of mean words about transatlantic community countries, the system of values and so on. But believe me, from psychological point, Russians are very much triggered by the fact that they've been excluded from these communications, from G7, from G20, and all this kind of stuff. And their efforts just to show that life goes on, and they've been, so not the entire world supports Ukraine, but just a part of it, the Western civilization, but the other part are in very good contacts with Russia itself. So this is just a poor game and pretension and intention to show that everything is normal. Just take the simple fact. Russia is all alone in this war. The closest ally, Belarus, officially hasn't joined Russia in this war. With the recent so-called elections in the newly occupied territories in September, only 2 countries in the world have recognized these elections, Syria and North Korea. That's it. With the recent Putin initiative to withdraw himself from the Grain Initiative, the new kind of like a freeze relations with the African countries is coming into the picture. So I think that altogether on this political and diplomatic and other stuff, Russia will be drifting away from the very good productive communications on the world scale. However, and the same goes for the culture and sport, probably at less visible manner. When it comes to the culture, I would like to recall one of the famous letters written by Elena Pshenichna in Ukraine, describing all these horrors and massacres of Russia in Irpin and Bucha through the lenses of Russian culture, or the bombing of Mariupol theater, where more than 1,000 of children had been killed, despite the sign that there had been children. So I think that this trend is quite certain for a certain period of time, and as long as the issue of the adjustment and punishment for war crimes will be ongoing, I would agree this totally with Mark. However, Russians will be trying to play this differently. When it comes to the place of Russia in the security architecture in the Euro-Asian mainland, I highly doubt that Russia will be drifting exclusively to Asia, first under the subordination of China, which they don't want to have. They would like to see a sort of like equal relations, which is not possible with a partner like China. On the other hand, the psychological trigger that I mentioned, Russians always wanted to belong to the most advanced part of the world, like transatlantic community, and they do cherish this relation, and it's very painful for them to understand that they are excluded. So basically, I would assume a sort of, when they change in the power in Russia, there will be tendency to move closer to transatlantic community, but we have to be aware about the real motives behind this drift.
Thank you, Yulia. Nicholas, how do you see the Russian role as spoiler disruptor in the Western Balkan region?
I think it's important to note that despite the setbacks Russia has faced in Ukraine, that Russia does not cease to be active in many different parts of the world, and that the Western Balkans still remains critical. As I noted before, this is where many of these new corridors linking specifically Europe through the Eastern Mediterranean to the Indo-Pacific are running. And if you can create disruption, if you can create uncertainty, both whether it's through media efforts, whether through its getting political parties that are more aligned to your point of view elected, whether it's using these geoeconomic tools, Russia will continue to do that because ultimately, and this goes back to a point that Yulia has been raising, the fear that Russia has and has always had is that it will be not one of the agenda-setting powers, that it won't be able to set an agenda for European security, that it will be excluded from that, and that it won't have a seat at the table. And so it's looking for ways to ensure that it still has those seats at the table. I would just also note, though, that in reverse, this is also why the transatlantic, Euro-Atlantic agenda for the East cannot rest on what we think will come in Russia, who might succeed Putin, how close Russia gets to China or not. But there has to be a positive agenda for incorporating Ukraine, for extending the Black to Caspian Sea corridors, for strengthening the Eastern Mediterranean and the Western Balkans, which does not rest upon who governs in Moscow. And I think that both the discussions at forums like this conference, but moving onward, this is going to be the challenge for the United States and its European partners, is to move ahead on this positive agenda for incorporation, for extension, and for building up of these tools and these networks, because relying on regime change in Moscow or hoping that that Russia becomes more cooperative is a hope, but not a strategy.
We'll be talking about China's military rise and its ripple effect on European security at our next panel starting at noon. Before that, we will have a short coffee break. But at this moment, I would like to ask if there are some questions from the audience for our speakers. No? Then I think we have it wrapped up. Thank you so much for your contribution to this To Be Secure panel here in Montenegro. Maybe next year we will be here together in person.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you. Thank you so much. See you at noon at our next panel.
Please take your seats. Next panel is about to begin. Please take your seats. Next panel is about to begin.
Dobrodošli natrag sa predaha. Welcome back, everyone. Please take your seats. We will begin with our next panel. We have been mentioning China sporadically throughout the conference, but it does deserve a closer look. So our next panel is Beijing's long arm, deciphering China's military rise and its ripple effect on European security. With us here in Budva, Mark Kozet, Senior International Defense Researcher and Professor at Pardee Rand Graduate School, and Mr. David Toman, Analyst at European Values Center for Security Policy. And joining us online is Helena Legarda, Lead Analyst at Merix. Welcome. Welcome, Helena. Let's start with you because you are so far away and I want to include you right away so you feel right at home. Do we have a comprehensive, an overall assessment of China's military capabilities? What do we know?
Thank you very much, Yasmina. And let me first say that I very much regret that I couldn't join you in person in Budva today, but online will have to do for today. And let me thank as well the Atlantic Council of Montenegro for the invitation to join you at the 2BS Forum.
You are very welcome.
To your question, I think we have to say that it's a bit of a mixed picture. We've heard many policymakers, including the NATO Secretary General, calling on China to be more transparent about its military modernization process. And this is because there are many things that we do not know when it comes to China's military capabilities. What we do know, we know that China is engaged in a process of military buildup and modernization, and it's been ongoing for a few years, but it really sped up since 2015 or 16. We know that at this point, China has the largest navy in the world by number of ships. I think it's around 355 ships and counting at the moment. We know that China has the largest aviation force in the region and the third largest in the world at the moment. And we know that China's sort of defense budget or defense spending has been increasing very rapidly over the last 3 years. It's roughly tripled since 2010. But the process is quite opaque, so we don't have a full assessment on the details, and even more so on certain sort of areas or certain military services or types of capabilities. Going back to the defense budget, for example, we do know the overall official number that the Chinese government publishes, but it also seems quite clear that major categories of spending are omitted from this number, things like research and development or even procurement. So we don't even have accurate data on that front. We know that China relies on its strategy of civil-military fusion, also to modernize the military and develop new capabilities and to integrate the generally technologically more advanced private sector into its defense industry. But it's very hard to know exactly how that works in detail, and it's very hard to assess outcomes or the adoption of any sort of weapon systems or technologies that are developed through that strategy. And maybe one final point where I think opacity is quite concerning is the issue of China's missile arsenals, whether we're talking conventional or nuclear. We have indications, and there's some information that China is very rapidly expanding its arsenals, also taking advantage of the fact that China is unconstrained by some of the international treaties that exist to try and limit proliferation. But we don't know the exact number of missiles that China has. We don't know the exact number of nuclear warheads that China has. And the similar thing happens when you look at space-based weapons or China's space program in general, which is largely run by the PLA. The bottom line is that we know some things about what China's doing, but when it comes to very strategic capabilities, there's quite a lot of opacity, which makes it very difficult for us to get a very comprehensive picture of what exactly the PLA is doing.
Mark, is this concerning that we don't know all the facts?
I think it's very concerning because anytime, and one of the examples that Helena brought up was about the nuclear forces, about the expansion of the nuclear forces. For a very long time, really since the beginning of China's, the development of China's nuclear capability, we've had a very good understanding based on their explanations of state policy about what those nuclear forces were for, and we could see that through the nature of the force structure, through the types of systems they had, and more importantly, the types of systems they didn't have, and also procedurally through the way that they ran the force. We're at a point right now where you're looking at a very large expansion of China's nuclear forces and nuclear capabilities, and there really has been no discussion. And so it leaves us to try to interpret what these changes are for, which is inherently destabilizing, I would argue. And I think a very important point along those lines is that we could very easily see that China's force remains similar with the no first use policy that existed since its inception. If you consider into their equations for why they're doing this, you know, the role of U.S. and allied conventional strike capabilities, the role of missile defenses, some of the earlier discussions from the early 2000s about decapitation and about the potential for nuclear first strikes that were coming out of the Bush administration. And those things have really shaped the way China thinks about this. But it's very unclear if those are the driving factors behind why this is happening, or if it's something more. If it's something larger and it's something where the Chinese want to be more forward-leaning with the way that they use their nuclear forces for coercion and also for deterrent purposes.
In trying to understand the situation, what do the recent removals of senior military officials in China tell us about its military capabilities?
So I think this also really builds off of Helena's very good explanation of some of the things we don't know about the People's Liberation Army. The removal of Li Shangfu very recently is one in a number of these types of removals, and I think we need to go back and look at 2015. You've had 4 members of the Central Military Commission. You very recently had the commander and deputy commander of the nuclear forces. You had a commander who was very heavily involved in the space program. Allegedly the commander of the strategic support forces, so essentially their version of Cybercom, has not been seen for a while, and there is a lot of speculation in Chinese language press that he has also been caught up in these corruption scandals. And then you've also had very senior members from the PLA who have had a variety of portfolios that have encompassed political work, which is not just political reliability and political loyalty to the party, but also personnel appointments. So this is how they choose people, and we know that's been a very corrupt system over time. But you also have very senior leaders who have been involved in their acquisition programs and their equipment development programs, logistics, and then also now we're seeing people from the operations departments, which is something we hadn't seen in the early stages. So where I think this fits in the broader discussion about China's military capabilities is trying to understand it in the perspective of the institutional change that Xi Jinping has felt was necessary from his time taking over the Central Military Commission. When he first came in 2013, it was very clear from his first day that he was not happy with the development of the People's Liberation Army and the nature of the institutional reform that had taken place. And there are a few strands that I think are very important in this regard. In 2017, at the 19th Party Congress, Xi gave a speech that's called the Will They or Not speech, and he voiced 4 things that he's concerned about, and that was whether or not the military was going to follow the party, so the question of loyalty and reliability, whether or not the commanders were capable of leading that force, whether or not they were proficient enough to fight wars, and whether or not they could mobilize. These aren't the issues related to the technology concerns that they had through the 1990s and early 2000s. This is really the very difficult process of institutional change. And I think that this latest round of corruption allegations really speaks to the difficulties that Xi is dealing with in trying to implement that change.
And only adds up to the challenges he is facing. David, how do you see the readiness of the People's Liberation Army? Are we satisfied with the quality of and quantity of information that we have about that?
Well, that's an excellent question, and many important points have been already addressed. When doing research on China, I always or very often think of what former US President Bill Clinton said, that trying to censor internet would be like nailing Jell-O to the wall. But a few years later, we can see that China has been quite successful in building this great firewall, preventing information getting in, but also information getting out. So to a large extent, we as researchers, analysts, professors, or public society, to a large extent, we know only what China wants us to know. And as already mentioned, we know it is the biggest military in the world in terms of active personnel. We are aware of some of its capacities and capabilities. We know the goals and ambitions, that they want to be fully modernized by 2035 and be a top world-class military by 2050. But one thing that we haven't touched upon yet is, in my opinion, one of the biggest weaknesses of PLA, and that's a significant lack of combat experience. Because the last time something like that happened was in 1979 in a conflict against Vietnam, and the outcome was not very flattering for the PLA. So there is this negative experience, and also additional lack of combat experience. But of course, PLA is aware of this problem, and they are trying to make up for it through elite capture. So they are trying to approach especially former military personnel of NATO countries, especially from the United States and then also the United Kingdom, because those retired experts and officials, they are easy targets. And it's not like PLA can address them directly, you know, but it can be through other means or other ways. So it doesn't even seem so straightforward that those former officials are providing know-how to PLA.
Well, we hope that they don't get to have any combat experience for a long time now.
Yes,
that would be a good news if they continue to lack that kind of experience. But is it only the buildup of the military equipment and the people in it and the aircrafts and the aviation and the largest navy in the world? Is it just a question of this kind of traditional warfare, or is it a question of new forms of warfare, of cyber attacks, of hybrid war? David?
Yeah, that's a very good point, because of course Chinese society in general is not in favor of war, because they are used to their life standards. There is this narrative that war is something negative, something expensive, and that peaceful growth is much better. So, and also there are other aspects. I would say that in some sense, PLA is now on top of its game, because apart from military buildup, there are many things that they have to pay attention to in the future. The economy is slowing down, the population is aging, China has to deal with consequences of its one China policy, which projects itself in China's demography. And as you can imagine, Chinese parents are not very excited about sending their only child to war. So, of course, that's why PLA now pays close attention to, like you said, cyber warfare, PsyOps, and also they invest heavily in AI and autonomous system and technologies such as drones and so on, so that if they decided to get some combat experience, it doesn't cost it doesn't cost that many lives.
Helena, now we know kind of what we know and what we don't know, and we know some of the upsides and the downsides they experience. But over the last decade, China and Russia have expanded trade and defense ties. They declared a partnership without limits. Now, does this explain China's decision to stand by Russia regarding the war in Ukraine?
I think this is part of the picture. So the China-Russia relationship, as you said, has expanded and has deepened over the last few years, including since Russia launched its war of aggression against Ukraine. We've seen since the start of the war, Chinese officials and of course Russian officials taking every opportunity to emphasize their partnership, including with Xi Jinping traveling to Moscow earlier this year, where he emphasized their partnership and spoke of China and Russia as sort of the two drivers of changes unseen in a century in the international stage. But I'll say that the relationship does have limits. The no limits partnership, of course, is the rhetoric that Beijing and Moscow have chosen to use, but those limits exist. And this is to do with how the CCP approaches alliances and bilateral relations. Beijing, the Chinese Communist Party, wants to be able to preserve its own freedom of action and reaction. China only has one alliance and sort of mutual defense agreement with another country, and it's with North Korea. And you often hear Chinese experts and analysts, let's say, complaining about that agreement with North Korea, because it puts China on the hook for certain behaviors by Pyongyang that Beijing maybe wouldn't have gone for. So China doesn't want Russia to become any form of North Korea 2.0 for Beijing. So this is why we see no direct military support by Beijing, or we see Chinese companies, especially the big ones and the Chinese government, in certain aspects, abiding mostly by Western sanctions. So those limitations exist, right? This is not a full-blown no limits partnership. But Beijing, of course, is still supporting Moscow. It has since the war started. It's done so rhetorically, it's done so economically in a way, while not fully violating sanctions, it's still thrown lifelines to Russia. And of course, in the tech and the military space, we have some evidence, mostly through customs data, of high increase in Chinese sales of technology and dual-use components to Russia. And there's some evidence that those are ending up in the battlefield in Ukraine. And just to finish off, so why I think this is, I think for China, this is, so its position vis-a-vis Russia and vis-a-vis the war in Ukraine is not just about the future of Ukraine. I think this is much more about how Beijing wants to position itself vis-a-vis the US and NATO going forward. And this is the foundation of the China-Russia relationship. It's their shared view of the US and NATO as their main adversary, and their joint wish to reform the global order.
Yeah, we'll circle back to it. Mark, in what way did the war in Ukraine strengthen the Russia-China relationship? But aside from the strengths, there are also the signs of some of the possible weaknesses in the future, especially regarding the relation from Chinese part to their Russian as a junior partner in this relationship.
So I think with the war in Ukraine, what it's really highlighted for China in particular, so Russia absolutely knows they need China because they need that economic lifeline in so many respects. For the Chinese, they also recognized that they need an ally of some sort as well, and isolation is a recipe for disaster. And it's not just the war in Ukraine, it's the events that have surrounded the war in Ukraine. So NATO has been much more unified and has been very willing to stick together during the war, to this point at least. But also in the Asia Pacific, you're starting to see a lot of developments, some of which predated the war, but some of which have really been accelerated by the war, I would argue. So you're looking at the AUKUS relationship, or the AUKUS alliance. You're looking at the alliances that the United States has with Japan and South Korea, both of whom do not view the Ukraine war as an isolated issue. They view this as a global issue, and they view China as being very inextricably linked to the development of that war. And so as those relationships have really started or have really gained momentum over the past several years, I think it's very troubling for Beijing. And they recognize that they themselves need some kind of partner and or partners, and that has not traditionally been the way that they have approached their foreign policy. As Helena said, you know, North Korea, and that relationship has not been a very good one over the past 30 years, for sure, definitely for the past 20. But then looking at Russia and what Russia has to provide, not just from the standpoint of energy resources and a market for Chinese goods, but also in terms of it being a member of the UN Security Council, which I think is very important for that common shared objective that they have for challenging the international order as they conceive it, which was developed by the United States and its allies. In terms of the limits, I think Helena did a great job covering all of that. The one thing with the alliance relationships and some of the research that we've done that is very notable is that neither one of these countries really has extensive experience in a mutual type of relationship where you have equal partners. They were in one each at the end of World War II, beginning of the Cold War, and that ended with the two splitting apart.
Yeah, it's such a big difference in reflection to the NATO and allies and the connection
is.
between allies.
It is, because then when you go look at the relationships that they've had throughout the Cold War, whether that's the Soviet relationship with the Warsaw Pact, or the Soviet relationship with the Middle Eastern countries, for instance, Egypt, those have always been very unequal relationships, and in many cases the Soviets were resented by their allies, if you want to call them that. For China, it's been a very similar type of issue when you look at Vietnam and you look at North Korea. And in some cases, those have been competitive relationships. So one of the things that I have stated regularly about this no limits partnership is that it could be no limits before the war because nobody was being asked to do anything difficult.
Yeah.
You know, those types of relationships are always very easy to pursue when you're not being asked to go against your other interests in other areas for the benefit of a particular partner.
And actually do something, yeah.
Exactly. And so what we've seen since the war has started are some challenges to that. And I would also argue that what we know from those relationships before, from those alliances before, is that both sides, when they've been in a position where they've been able to exert some sort of leverage or exert their advantage to their benefit, they have done so. And in this case between China and Russia right now, I don't think there's any real issue with that relationship splitting because they both need each other so badly. But over time, you have to question the durability of the relationship because they really aren't working for common interests. They aren't really working together like you see in some of these other alliances that have shared values.
David, in his speech in the late 2022, the last year, she said China has not ruled out the use of force regarding Taiwan, and we know this. But what scenarios are now possible?
Yes, well, actually there are several scenarios of what China can do in case of Taiwan, so it would be a mistake to think that it's just like a full-scale invasion, you know, and something what we are seeing now in Ukraine. To briefly introduce the scenarios, the first one is a blockade or eventually also an invasion of Matsu and Kinmen Islands, which are small islands close to Chinese mainland. Matsu Islands have population around 12,000 people. In case of Kinmen, it's around 130,000 people. But their location is closer to Chinese mainland than to Taipei. So protecting this territory would be very difficult. So China could theoretically start there, and you know, it's hard to predict the future, especially when we are talking about scenarios, but we can expect that protecting these islands would be very difficult for Taiwan, and it would make its allies, Taiwan's allies, consider whether they would assist Taiwan in protecting these areas. So somehow we could see a very slight parallel with what happened in case of Crimea, which also triggered quite not so intense response in or real action in international community. Well, the next scenario is a blockade of Taiwan's main island, basically cutting it off from the rest of the world, which would already have severe consequences on all of us, because Taiwan is leader in semiconductors, in chip making. It produces more than three quarters, more than 70% of world's top chips, which we all need for our electronic devices and things like that. So we would definitely feel that, and that would definitely trigger a stronger response from the rest of the world. And then, of course, the final set of scenarios is missile attacks on Taiwanese infrastructure. and then already the full-scale invasion. So, of course, these different scenarios would trigger different reactions. Of course, the heaviest burden would be on like-minded liberal democracies in the Indo-Pacific, so mainly the United States, potentially Japan, maybe South Korea, Australia, and so on. But of course, we as Europe, given what values we stand for, we should respond definitely to such development as well. But the question is how, of course, given the distance. And of course, the most likely tool is economic sanction. But in this regard, we need to think of our dependencies on China, not just economic dependencies, but also technological dependencies and dependencies in areas such as pharmaceuticals. So we should really pay close attention to these dependencies and vulnerabilities and keep in mind these scenarios to prepare for something that will hopefully never happen.
Not happen. Helena, what do you,
Can I have one quick
Yes,
point
yes,
on that?
definitely, Mark.
I think another one to think about as well, and this one has really been a policy problem for both the United States and Taiwan as they've thought about the threat that China poses to Taiwan, and that is those gray zone operations. And those operations that the Chinese conduct that are designed to be below our threshold, the United States threshold of reaction. And I raise this because those are particularly challenging because we have not, the United States, come up with policy responses for those. And right now what you're seeing is a significant increase in the use of these gray zone tactics in a way that has really challenged the way that the readiness of Taiwan's force, its constant reactions, its changes to norms, and it really sets in a sense of insecurity, but also a requirement that there is some sort of a response from Taiwan. And so I go back to the Chinese strategy using these gray zone operations, and we go back and look at the South China Sea. And I think that's a perfect example. The United States did not have a strategy for responding to that. And over the course of a few short years, the Chinese were able to build up a significant disposition in the South China Sea.
So we need to change our focus and the way we look at things, to adjust our lenses, to be able to spot the gray zones and be prepared to react to them in a timely manner.
I agree. We need to have a very serious policy discussion because it raises questions about what we are willing to do and not do. And those strategies, if pushed to their extreme, put us in a position where we won't be able to react after a given period of time.
Helena, yesterday we discussed the possibility of China's action towards Taiwan and the ripple effect it will have on European security. And now it is in the title of our panel. Right now we are actually talking about it. So what happens if China executes any of the more violent scenarios toward Taiwan? Would the focus of the security kind of decision makers focus in this part of the world, and what would that mean for Europe, considering the war in Ukraine is still going on? It's 591st day today.
That's a great question, and the answer, I think, has to be very scenario dependent, right? So it depends on what Beijing does or doesn't do vis-a-vis Taiwan, and that will give us the response, I think, or that will shape the response by European policymakers. But a couple of general points on this topic. I think first, if we want to change our own lens and the way we look at how China operates, I think it's also very important to try and pierce the ideological bubble of the CCP and get a better understanding of how Beijing and the Chinese Communist Party actually look at foreign policy, look at the world, and look at these issues, and to take what they are saying seriously. The more kind of recent framing in China is one of extreme scenario thinking, to borrow Xi Jinping's own words, by which Beijing is increasingly considering the possibility of a conflict, likely with the United States, as it starts to feel more and more concerned that its international environment is becoming more hostile for the CCP's own ambitions. This doesn't necessarily mean that China wants to attack Taiwan or that it will do so anytime soon, but it's something that's there. So if that does happen, what does this mean for Europe? It means a number of things, and some of them have already come up in the panel. David and Mark mentioned them, but I think economically and technologically, any sort of conflict around Taiwan would have huge implications for Europe and for European security. The issue of semiconductors is one, but it's not the only one. Over 50%, I believe, of world trade goes through that region. If there's any form of blockade or conflict, and that trade cannot go through or needs to find alternative routes, that will hit our economies fairly hard and fairly quickly. Of course, militarily speaking, an open conflict in the region will make Europe have to face fairly difficult choices with regards to its own responses. And each member state is likely to respond in different ways, but especially if the war in Ukraine is ongoing, I think we're likely to see the United States repositioning its focus, its attention, and its capabilities towards the Indo-Pacific region, which means Europe would have to step up in the European theater. Are we prepared for that, or are we not? So that's a key question to consider. And then maybe in the longer run, an attack on Taiwan, I think would have very serious implications for regional stability and for the regional balance of power. And a lack of response by Europe or by the United States or other actors, I think would set precedent for kind of potential future conflicts. So I think this is the right moment for Europe to simply start thinking about how it would respond in case of different types of attacks. We shouldn't be caught by surprise.
Yeah, Mark, well, this is the key question. How should Europe get involved? And should it? And in which way should it get involved in the Indo-Pacific region?
I think the first part of that question is, I don't get the sense that there has been a lot of really deep thinking about the scenarios and what they mean from a defense standpoint for Europe. And honestly, I think that we have limited thought into those in the United States. We tend to look at these scenarios as relatively contained, as relatively compartmentalized, and we don't and haven't really thought about the much broader global dimension. So I say that because we've done some work for the Department of Defense looking at the United States homeland and potential for Chinese attacks on the United States homeland, continental United States, which would trigger Article 5. And when you look at the way that the Chinese have looked at U.S. operations over time, their lessons learned from those, and you look at the things they believe they can't have happen, it gets you to a point very quickly, they will never say this, but it gets you to a point very quickly that you can see scenarios where that actually takes place. I think there's a second part to this too, and that is when you look at the way the Chinese think about planning, strategic planning or operational planning, they have a concept called disposition that is central to the way that they think about their long-term ability to develop outcomes in different places. When you look at that in terms of this concept that the Chinese also have called war potential, what does Europe have that it could bring to the fight? Not just in terms of forces that could be sent over, but let's think about this in terms of the current conflict. You have South Korea delivering significant amounts of military equipment to Poland, and that production line is moving along very well. The same thing logically could happen in the other direction. And so I think from a European standpoint, one of the things that they need to be prepared for is some sort of a Chinese action if they believe that that type of support is forthcoming. How would Europe respond to that? Both the Article 5 dimensions with with attacks on the United States potentially, but also on, in terms of protecting its own infrastructure, which through cyber means and other things, the Chinese actually have a significant capability to to effect. And I just think that that's a discussion where we've been so focused on the war on terrorism, Iraq, Afghanistan, other security issues, that we really haven't spent the time thinking our way through some of those scenarios and trying to game out what different potential policy and military responses might be. And I think it's really important that we do that.
We have 3 more minutes till the end of the panel. I just wanted to ask, is there a question from the audience? Maybe for us, we have 2. 1, 2. We will take both questions, if you don't mind, and then we will try to give a short answer to it.
Yes, good morning. Gregor Meyer, regional correspondent for the German press agency DPA. My question to the podium, what do you make up out of this BRICS, this alliance of illiberal bigger powers encompassing China and Russia and others, and now even extending to Iran and Saudi Arabia? Is this more a propaganda stunt, or is this something which may develop into another pole in the perhaps still unipolar world?
Okay, and we will take another question, another 2 questions, and then we will see if they overlap and try to answer it.
Hello? Yeah, I'm Tom O'Donnell. I work on energy and international affairs out of Berlin. I'm an American. I think I mentioned there's this issue of Europe being under great stress, economic and energy stress because of the war. And what I'm wondering about is a scenario, as Mark was talking about, a scenario where China does something, it's a little beyond this gray zone, something enough to provoke the United States to respond and close down the trade routes. And in a way, it can test their systems, whatever reason they want to do it. But meanwhile, they actually cut off all the commerce of Europe and the commerce of the Gulf states to ship oil the other way, and which would heighten the economic war that Putin's trying to, the impact of it on Europe. I didn't see anything in the recent, it was a big deal that the Germans had their first scenario for what to do with China. A, I think the name the United States was like twice in it, once in the footnotes, and B, nothing like this was considered. What if everything is cut? So.
And we will try for the 3rd question, and then we will answer it.
Igor Fedek, New Age Politics Research Network, Ukraine. I have a short question to all the panelists. How do you see the possibility of China getting deeper in supporting Russia with heavy weapons and ammunition? So since we know that Russia is running out very fast of ammunition and weapon in war against Ukraine, and in desperately searching for this military stuff within its allies like Iran and China. And Russians can consider China as one of the main sources of this heavy equipment and military equipment and ammunition.
Okay, maybe we can divide three questions to 3 panelists, if you would like. So first one was BRICS, new members in, doors open for new ones. What does this mean for the China? Who would like to? Do we have a volunteer?
Maybe I would just.
Okay.
Oh, ladies first.
Ladies first. Okay.
I can respond to this one very quickly.
Okay.
China definitely looks at BRICS as a geopolitical initiative, and there's been some commentary about how BRICS could potentially be an alternative to the G7. So it's part of China's strategy to engage with the global south, build an alternative power base, and then contest the rules underpinning the global order in multilateral institutions. But, and this is an important but, this doesn't mean that all the other BRICS members look at BRICS this way.
Okay.
So I would not go so far as to say that BRICS is going to become another pole in sort of a multipolar world. Beijing has that ambition. I see loads of barriers to it managing to get there.
Okay, we are 2 minutes over the time. Adnan, sorry. We will be very quick with the 2 answers. So we have the energy stress in Europe. What about if the closing up of the trade routes happen, and China getting deeper involved with supplying Russia with weapons?
Yeah, so as for, I would take Ukraine if you don't mind. Well, of course, like as mentioned, Russia and China are both sort of challengers of the current rules-based order that liberal democracies around the world stand for. So in this regard, Russia is doing quite a useful job for China, being sort of a case study. What can it get away with? And also, like, this can be a useful lesson for China in regards to its scenarios around Taiwan. At the same time, China is still trying to maintain this global image as a responsible global actor, officially maintaining neutrality and sort of striving for global peace, even though it's, of course, sort of a PR of PRC. But because of this strategy and approach, I think we are not going to see heavier support of Russia in war against Ukraine, hopefully.
And talking about going beyond gray zone?
Yes, I think we need to continue the discussions that we're having right now about a common understanding of the problem and the potential threat, as well as a common understanding of what our interests are between Europe and the United States and potential solutions for that. I think there's been a lot of progress in that area, but those discussions, I think, still need to go on because we will probably never exactly be on the same page, but I think we could definitely be in a place where we have a lot more common ground beneath us.
Mark, David, Helena, thank you so much for being a part of this panel. Thank you to our panelists. And we are continuing straight on. Adnan, please.
Okay, one more. Good afternoon. Our next panel is Beyond Borders, Ukraine, Western Balkans, and Regional Dynamics. Our speakers are Mr. Vlatko Cvrtila, Rector of Vern University in Zagreb, Croatia. This is your place, Professor. Mr. Volodymyr Dubovik, Associate Professor, Department of International Relations and Director of Center for International Studies, Odessa. It's your place. Morning, afternoon. Yeah. And Ms. Yevgenia Gaber, non-resident Syria resident, not resident, non-resident Senior Fellow, Atlantic Council in Turkey. Okay, you can change the place. Thanks a lot. We have about 30-35 minutes for our discussion, and we will start with Our Lady. The massive Russian aggression on Ukraine has been ongoing for more than a year and a half now, even, as the war is far from being over. There are numerous lessons that we can already draw from it. What are the messages and lessons that we can now draw from this war, which are useful for the especially Western Balkan states?
Thank you very much, Adnan. And I will probably start from the first lesson, which you mentioned, non-resistant fellow is resistance of the people, because I think this is something that really matters in the war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, is how Ukrainian society, Ukrainian democratic institutions, and Ukrainian people, both physically but also as political nation, have stood up against the Russian aggression. And this is the main reason why this 3-day special operation, so-called, did not work for Russia. So probably the main and the first lesson for many other countries who are constantly under the threat of possible invasion of other countries is to develop democratic institutions and, of course, to strengthen civil society, because this horizontal networking of businesses, people, volunteers, sometimes, school children, but also big corporations with the government, and of course with the people in the front line, with the army, is something that helps endure in the long run, because very often, unfortunately, this is not a short war, but basically a war of attrition. But going back to more fundamental lessons and talking about security beyond the borders and lessons beyond the borders, I think that one of the lessons would be that no war in Europe is too far from us. Sometimes, even within this panel, this conference discussion, I heard that, well, you know, Ukraine is obviously not somewhere very close to our border, so we have a lot to deal with in the Balkans, which is obviously not true, because it's not only about Ukraine. The consequences of this war, and I think that Volodymyr and other panelists will talk about this more in detail, is not only about kinetic warfare and about the threat of kinetic warfare in Europe, though we cannot exclude this scenario as well. It's about all kinds of malign influences, interventions, meddling into election, creation different friction points, not only in Europe, but elsewhere, like in Africa, for example, using private military companies, using all kinds of refugee crisis, migrant crisis to create problems from Africa to Middle East to Europe. So that's why this matters, and that's why, despite everything which is going on now in Karabakh, now unfortunately in Israel as well, starting this morning, and all other problems, we cannot allow this situation with Russian aggression and invasion of Ukraine to be forgotten and to be out of the agenda. And of course, another lesson would be that Russia weaponizes everything, and that whatever we can, talk about gas supplies, economic interdependencies, we can talk about cultural ties, common so-called Slavic heritage, Orthodox Church, all kind of language and cultural organizations which are supposed to be soft power. This is where it all starts. But sport cannot be out of politics, theater cannot be out of politics, and Russian culture is not about Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Chekhov, as was mentioned today. I would like to echo that once again. And once you hear about close connection to any imperial power that talks about protecting you, protecting your common heritage, run away from it and defend yourself from it as soon as possible. And last point I would like to make here, I think that's also important to understand, is that Russia will attack whenever it can attack and whenever it is allowed to attack. It does not need NATO expansion, it does not need a so-called perceived escalation by the West, it does not need any bilateral problems in your relations. What Russia needs to attack you, and basically not only Russia, mostly liberal powers, but Russia as well, is vulnerabilities in your domestic politics, gaps in your defense, turmoil in your economic, financial, political situation back home, and of course frictions between your partners and indecisiveness of Western allies and all countries to defend their freedom, their territorial integrity, and their human lives. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Evgenia. Professor Tsvetila, before my first question for you, would you like to add something on Evgenia's answer?
No, I think that she describes very well what are consequences and lessons, and I would like to emphasize the very important one, that war in Europe is possible.
Yeah.
This is the first lessons, and it was a huge surprise that something like that is possible in Europe, especially that we were trying to develop a liberal, democratic, more stable Europe based on the international law, and everything after the Russian aggression to Ukraine fell down. And now we are in the position, what Evgenia said, that in regions which are unstable, which don't have as strong and powerful organizations for the cooperation between countries, and especially not having a strong institution inside of the state, everything is possible.
In that context, we agree that a large-scale war is still possible in today's world, even if we were not willing to consider it as a reality. How significant are factors such as motivation, resilience, and democratic consolidation?
As definitely it is the most important thing, because we know from the theory of democratic peace that democratic countries will not go into war because of some reason that they will build their relations based on some consensus cooperation, exchange a lot of different kind of the processes and relations to stop any kind of the violence or something that will stop cooperation in the future. And because of that, Europeanization as a let's say process is very important, because through those processes we can build capacity for the solving some sensitive situations in a peaceful manner. And because of that is somehow let's say some kind of the fear is arising where you don't have that kind of institutions, when you have a struggle between two or more countries in some regions. I'm speaking about the Western Balkans. And then you have a lot of potentials for the, maybe not war like we are witnessing in Ukraine, but violence. And stopping violence in very sensitive situation like here in Western Balkans would be a very, very tough job for everybody, for the local agents and also for the people or organizations who are dealing with the situation here in the region. And it is some kind of the, one of the consequences of Russian aggression is fear that is everything possible, unfortunately.
Yeah, we will discuss about that, about fear, a little bit later. Volodymyr, what can we say in the context of our topic about the lessons and impact of the Russia-Ukraine war on the Baltic Sea, Baltic Black Sea security zone, and Eastern Europe in general, but in the context of our topic?
Sure. Thank you, Adnan.
It's connected, yes.
Yeah, it's good to be here. Thank you all for coming. I think it's, for us, Ukrainians, obviously, this conversation is very important, but further away you get from Ukraine, you understand that people have their own concerns, regional concerns with security, and we are very much, we understand that, so there's no question about that. I think we've learned a lot of things already, except that the war is not over. So many things with final kind of lessons we might probably draw when the war is formally over, but we're already learning a lot. Like, for instance, the democratic resilience that you talked to with two previous panelists here matters. Like, what kind of condition the country is in when someone comes in with aggression. It's a matter of utmost significance, because Ukraine proved to be resilient. Ukraine proved to be ready for resistance, even though it's definitely an asymmetrical war. So the asymmetry is still there. I mean, Russia is still much stronger power. Militarily, they have more weapons still left, even though they're running out, but they are unfortunately being able, despite sanctions, to produce new weapons, and also, of course, to request some support from countries like Iran and North Korea and maybe some other countries eventually, but not too many that are willing to give to Russia these days. But but at the same time, they have a population which is 3.5 times larger than ours. So the mobilization pool is bigger. They are getting tons of money because they sell lots of things in international markets. So the funding of the war is not a problem to them. They can fund it almost indefinitely, and that's unfortunate again, because the sanctions are supposed to be working, but it's not working. So to the extent that Russia would actually be saying, okay, we don't have enough money anymore for this war. Unlike Ukraine, which economy is ruined, and we're basically, frankly, dependent fully on international support, not just in terms of weapons supply, but also in terms of supply and assistance to our government and our economy and so on. So, but, resilience matter, the assistance that you get from international partners matter. So you build your alliances. You need to build your support network, if you like. And if you hold on for a few days, like Ukraine did, maybe a week or two, then it kicks in. Then the mechanisms are working, because, for instance, the United States, of course, been leading actor here. They've been putting together this coalition of pro-Ukraine countries well before February 24th last year, basically at least since end of October of 21, because they believed that Russia might attack. Indeed, so they put the network in place of sanctions, of weapons supply, and so on. They work with European allies diligently. So when you do this kind of preparatory work, homework, when you're expecting the invasion might not happen, but you better have this network, support network in place. So asymmetry, but you can cut it, this asymmetry, you can reduce it drastically. That's what Ukraine is doing with smaller forces. Or look at the Black Sea. You know, what happened the other day. The Russians are withdrawing the battleships from Sevastopol into Novorossiysk. How was that? You know, did anyone expect that? You know, I think it's a revolutionary thing in a naval strategy. You know, you basically have the fleet which expects to dominate the sea, and it's not dominating, it's escaping. It's actually basically sitting ducks now for Ukrainian missiles and drones, naval drones, and you know, and aerial drones, and most definitely missiles, Ukrainian missiles and not Ukrainian missiles. So that's one thing. Another lesson like about the Air Force, you know, military lessons are important because what's happening with the Air Force? Again, Russia has a massive edge over Ukraine, and also they have newer planes, we have much older planes, and yet Ukrainian Air Force still flying. You know, how is that possible? So there are lots of military little lessons that you can draw from this war. You know, but in terms of economy, you need to think about resilience of economy as well. What if Russia got supply of gas or oil or something like that, you know, or energy, you know? So you need to have plan B. You need to think about this time. And, you know, Russia was definitely counting on last winter as a last winter in this war, and then they will win it because everyone will just give up. Ukraine, because of the strikes on our energy infrastructure, and the West and Europe as well, you know, but they didn't, you know, they actually persisted. Moreover,
you know, discuss a little bit later about plan B, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the plan B for economy is to actually look for other sources, diversify. That's what Europe was able to do because, well, most countries in Europe have money to buy, you know, gas from other places in Europe. So all of a sudden, Norway can produce more. All of a sudden, North Africa matters. So you think about your distribution networks. You can do something around Russia, you know. So and then Russia basically, you know, shoots itself in the leg when they decide to, you know, to use this kind of ultimatum language to Europe. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Evgenia, Professor Tsvetila just mentioned fear. You know, the Western Balkans region often appears as the possible first space for new tensions, given that it has both Russia's allies and friends who deny aggression in Ukraine and those who condemn it and align with the Western world. How justified are these fears? Fears?
Yeah, I think that fear is exactly what Russia is expecting for, and this is exactly what Russia, again, weaponizes very often, because if you show weakness, this is not where Russia withdraws and sees this, when you see some appeasement efforts. Russia does not see this just as a gesture for better relations, for dialogue, for de-escalation. Russia sees this as an opportunity for escalation. So all this rhetoric about how Russia will attack this and that country, what will happen to these countries, on the one hand, they should not be taken lightly, but on the other hand, that should not be also a motivation for these countries to withdraw or just to drag their feet out of this, because there are two very simple options for countries other than Ukraine now, for other countries in Europe. Either you help Ukraine fight against Russia for freedoms and democracies in Ukraine, but also in Europe, or you have to fight against Russia yourself. So I think with these fears being present and with these fears not to be taken lightly, it's important to bolster your defense capacities, it's important to step up your resilience, but it's also important not to buy this argument, not to be afraid of Russia. And as Volodymyr mentioned, both in the air, on sea, in many other realms, Ukraine is still doing great, even not having navy, even not having its defense capabilities and capacities as Russia had from the very beginning. So we have to be very, very cautious about this, but again, not to be afraid of that.
Great, thank you. Professor, you mentioned process of Europeization, in some way, proces europeizacije. Did Russia's aggression on Ukraine lead to greater involvement of the EU in the Western Balkans? Maybe it sounds like a phrase, you know, that's my question, but I think it's important to discuss about that. And centralization of efforts to revive the process of enlargement to the Western Balkans with a little bit clear time frame.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. So we know here in the region that is some kind of the disappointment with the European Union negotiation process in all countries that opened negotiations. And it was a consequence, of course, of the domestic very slow transformation, and also some kind of the problems inside of the European Union about the development that process in future. We know that Croatia was last one country entered the European Union in 2013, and now we cannot see clearly which country would be next from that region because of the different reasons. After the Russian aggression, the European Union really started to think more about the region, but not in sense of the support regional countries to push them to work faster in preparation for the European Union membership, but they, let's say, put more energy because of the fear that Russia will use that unsettled situation in the region to impose their interests here. So we can see that Russia had some interest here and still have and will have in the future, till the situation that the European Union will continue with very clear support of the regional countries for the European Union membership. And despite of the fact that the European Union invested more energy, I don't see clear results. Unfortunately, not yet. And it is, how can I say, very dangerous situation, because if now is not time for the strong support, which time could be?
In that context, Professor, what's about with the role of the NATO in the new security environment?
NATO is very, yes, NATO as an organization has very, how can I say, has a strong capacity to react very quickly on the changes of the international context. And NATO did it. So if we read NATO last documents, then we can see what is the intention of the NATO. And NATO is, let's say, a forum or platform for the unity of the West, or the countries that strongly supported Ukraine, but not only supported Ukraine, but trying to establish, let's say, a new elements for the future European order or global order. And in that sense, NATO made a very remarkable steps forward here in the region. We know that Montenegro is member of the NATO. We know the other countries is member of NATO. Still, we don't have clear picture what will happen with the Bosnia and Herzegovina because of the internal situation. But the NATO reacted very quickly and reacted on right way. Support of the NATO to the development and transformation of the security sector in the countries that entered in NATO was remarkable. We had the opportunity to listen today Mr. Kentera that said that security sector reform, unfortunately, did not finish in Montenegro, and it's something, it's very, let's say, dangerous for the future, because if you don't have a security institutions built on the security sector reform standards, then you have a problem to realize your security interests, to discover what is going on around you, to protect your citizen and your state, and so on and so on. And NATO did, I can speak from the Croatian point of view, did a remarkable step forward to support members in the security sector reform, but that process can last a long time. Yes, capacity is here, will is here, but unfortunately results is not on the level that we are expecting for.
Thank you very much. Volodymyr, what could you say about the process of Europeization, especially when we talk about, you mentioned Plan B, it's of course part of the Plan A and Plan C and D, but you know, it's important to know what you think about that, because you are from Ukraine.
Yeah. Well, I think that Europeanization has been ongoing and actually been accelerated by the war within Ukraine, because Ukrainians not only consolidated as Ukrainians but as Europeans, because a lot of Ukrainians see it, of course, as a war of survival, as some maybe liberation war, maybe national independence war, because we didn't have one back in '91 when Ukraine became independent, so kind of delayed independence war maybe. But at the same time, Ukrainians see differences in mentality. Ukrainians see differences in ideology. What you have in Russia is clearly a authoritarian regime, which is maybe even now edging on totalitarian somehow. What you have in Ukraine is an open regime, and that's what Ukrainians like about it. And we're proud about having democracy in place, because we cherish it, you know, and we now have.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry. We now have concerns about the impact that the ongoing martial law, if you have it for too long in place, what kind of effect it would have on Ukrainian democracy, vibrant democracy and tradition, democratic tradition. There is a big debate now about should Ukraine have its elections next year, you know, because they're scheduled for that year, but people are saying, can we do that under this constant missiles flying over our heads? And some people are going to use it against Ukraine. I'm sure, you know, people who don't like Ukraine probably like Russia better. They're already saying, okay, if Ukraine cancels those elections or postpones those elections, you know, Ukraine is not a democratic state. But how can you do it, you know, logistically, even with millions of people outside of Ukraine, millions of internally displaced persons? So it's just a major challenge for Ukraine to have these elections right now. So, but yeah, we think of ourselves as Europeans, you know, and that's a war to be on the right side of history. That's a war to be on the right side of the curtain. Or barrier or wall, whatever, you know. I mean, if we use an analogy from Game of Thrones, we want to be on this side of that big wall, you know, against this army, you know, led by the king of Night or Death or something like that, and we know who that is. Yeah, and he just reiterated his threats to Ukraine. I mean, whenever someone in the West says Ukraine should negotiate with who? Do we get any signals from them that they're ready to negotiate? Every time Putin appears publicly, he says, I'm going to continue destroying Ukraine and killing Ukrainians, and that's our land. We haven't even reached our goal. We only occupied certain part of the lands that we consider our lands. You know, so, I mean, who are we to negotiate with? This is still a war of survival, existential war. Ukraine doesn't have a choice. There's no dilemma. If we stop fighting, there's no Ukraine. Russia can't stop fighting. So whenever someone says, let's, you know, just have a ceasefire or something, talk to Putin if you can. You know, you have good relations. You know, Foreign Minister Siarto was here yesterday. He said, we want the war just to be stopped. Okay, go yourself or your you know, Mr. Orban, go to Moscow, use your special relations with Putin and tell him, you know, we want the war to be stopped because it's up to Putin to stop the war, not up to Ukrainians. You know, so that's the thing. Europeanization is a real thing in Ukraine. People cherish, people value our belonging to European culture, European family of nations, and that's where we want to be. Democratic country, you know, integrated in a European integration process, and definitely not part of Eurasian, you know, Russia-dominated authoritarian system.
Thank you very much. Yevgenia, is there a concern that Russia will not stop at Ukraine, but continue its activities in the Balkans?
I think it's not a concern, it's a fact.
Yeah, it's a fact, yeah.
Because it's not something we can have or might not have in the future. This is what we're witnessing now. Because again, Russian presence is not only with tanks. And before Russia attacked Ukraine with tanks and Onyx missiles, like today on my native city of Odessa, quite close to my house, Russia had attacked Ukraine with bots and trolls, with Telegram channels, with Russian proxies in Ukrainian parliament, with Russian Orthodox Church in many cities of Ukraine. So this is how Russia increases its presence, and this is how Russia gets infiltrated in each and every realm of your society. So, of course, if you look at the situation on the ground now in Ukraine. Russia is bogged down there, so probably that would be an over-exaggeration to say that tomorrow Russian tanks will be rolling down the street somewhere in the European capitals, though not all Balkan countries are NATO members, which make them vulnerable towards Russian aggression, but still, I don't really think that Russia will attack directly any of the NATO country because Russia is afraid. It's not only us that are afraid of Russian escalation, us not in Ukraine, but many in the West. But Russia itself is afraid of escalation, and Russia is itself lacking capacity to attack physically. But what Russia is doing, it's attacking economic-wise, it's attacking in information space. This is really very important. It has honorary consuls, cultural organizations, language schools, diasporas, tourists who come as tourists, but you never know for what reason they are coming, for example, and when there are thousands of them, and when they get organized in their own diasporas and associations and organizations, and they claim their rights, this is how Russia is attacking European countries. So I would say that we are in the middle of this process.
And media presence as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Evgenia, you are very resistant in your knowledge.
Resistant fellow. Yeah.
We have 5 minutes more for some comments, for questions. Yep. The mic is coming.
Thank you very much, Adnan. Edward P. Joseph from Johns Hopkins SAIS in the United States. Question, please, for any of our esteemed panelists, but if I could say for Professor Tsurtila, that for our Ukrainian friends. So with respect to the Balkans, we heard yesterday President Pahor, former president of Slovenia, say that it's time for Serbia to decide. Is it on Moscow's side or is it in the West? And I want to ask, particularly our Ukrainian friends, about Ukraine's role in this, because Ukraine has a very important role, because of course the decisive issue, which President Pahor and Miroslav Lajčák were referring to yesterday, is of course Kosovo. Ukraine does not recognize Kosovo, but recently over the summer, your head of Foreign Affairs Committee in your parliament, Mr. Merezhko, signed onto a letter with the US head of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and European heads of Foreign Relations Committee, in which it stated that Kosovo is a sovereign state. And Merezhko has also proposed other steps that Ukraine might take. So, and then you know, of course, President Zelensky met President Vučić in Athens. My question for you is, if you understand the role here that Serbia plays in promoting pro-Russian narratives in the Balkans, damaging Ukrainian interests, can you see a potential way forward for Ukraine to help catalyze the end of this dispute and Serbia's movement into the West by recognizing Kosovo or taking further steps? By the way, I wrote an article about this in SAIS Review in February. Thank you.
Edward, thank you very much. Professor?
So about the Serbia, I would like to be very clear. It's not Russian presence here so strong and promote hybrid warfare tools, because Russia has a lot of local agents, let's say. And I think that propaganda or pro-Russian propaganda is mostly in local media than in Russian media here in the region. And regarding Serbia and position, we know that in the last 1.5 years, a strong pressure toward Serbia to change foreign policy toward the Russian aggression to Ukraine. We know that they had some kind of the hot and cold approach, and this is something that is acceptable for the Russia. It's very interesting. So they are giving opportunity to Serbia to play a different role in this sense, because there is no damages for the Russia, of course, and Serbia can play a role that is a very important local player for every kind of dissolution here in the region. And of course, we know that the Serbian regime existed on the crisis. So if Serbia solves situation with the Kosovo, then they don't have a crisis. They need a crisis to continue their existence. And then they use that crisis very well. And because of that, they know that if they change their policy in very short period of the time, they will lose support from some part of their society. They don't want to change that situation. They will continue with the, let's say, opening crisis and closing, opening crisis, a lot of different kind of the propaganda, and I don't think that they will change position very soon.
Evgenia, shortly.
Yes, with political parties, I totally agree that and with media as well, very often it's not Russian, but rather anti-Western or authoritarian or populist or nationalist forces inside the country, or media that would contribute to this whole pro-Russian debate rather than being purely pro-Russian. I mean, it's difficult to defend something that is so obviously evil, but there are many different ways to do that. Regarding Kosovo, there is now increasing debate and discussions in Ukraine how and when or if Ukraine should recognize Kosovo, and more experts and politicians tend to say that probably we should. I'm not sure this is now on the top of our agenda, just because we have to fight this war and to defend ourselves from Russian aggression. But when you look at how Kosovo supports Ukraine and how Albania supports Ukraine, and then obviously the reasons why Kosovo became an independent state, this very often leads to these false equations between what Ukraine had in Crimea, for example, which is totally not the case, because the situation in Ukraine is so very different, and I don't think we should have any major concerns about that. So I believe it might happen sooner or later, but now not sure if this is our top priority in Ukraine.
Well, I agree. I mean, on Kosovo, we just had a discussion, actually, a bunch of colleagues yesterday at the evening reception, and we came to the conclusion that maybe if Ukraine recognizes Kosovo right now, maybe it's the right thing to do, but it wouldn't bring us any immediate benefits. And it's a difficult situation Ukraine finds itself in. So what's a bonus for us in this situation? We have too many issues to deal with. And as Zhenya said, you know, Russian propaganda would immediately try to, you know, to say that if Ukraine recognizes Kosovo, how can Ukraine want to get Crimea back? And we spent so many years since Kosovo proclaimed independence, including both of us, on various forums, you know, talking about how it's different. But a lot of people in the world would see it that way, through the Moscow lenses, like, okay, why would then Ukraine want to get Crimea back, you know, if Ukraine recognizes Kosovo? So it might be counterproductive in the current circumstances, but looking forward, you know, I think it's quite feasible to think that the moment would come when Ukraine would do that.
Okay, it's a time to finish our panel. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Time flies.
Thank you, of course. And it's a time for 15 minutes break.
That's really fast going. I'm going to give you
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Next panel is about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat.
Hello, everyone. It's our last panel discussion of the day before we give the stage back to the politics. To know that you don't know, it's a great start in life and also in this panel. I won't pretend even to understand the implications and complications of artificial intelligence, and especially in regards to disinformation, but with us here are the people who do understand, our speakers. So Mihailo Backovic, Managing Partner at B12 Consulting, Sophie Murphy-Byrne, Senior Policy Manager at Logically AI, and Tyler Williams, Director of Investigations at Graphica. Welcome once again to 2BS Forum Montenegro. Now, you have 40 minutes to blow our minds, because we know that AI exists, and we know that disinformation kind of has something to do with it, but you are here to tell us exactly what and how. So let's divide our panel into 3 parts in the simplest of terms possible. Bad news first, for you to tell us what bad guys are doing already in this context. Then the good news, what can be done to fight it, what are the tools to fight it, are they the same tools? And then the third part, it's changing so quickly. Are we able to actually wrap our heads around it and really know how to use it, and to use it ethically, and to fight against the ones that don't want to use it ethically? So keep your minds on the fact that we are in the Western Balkans, so please be as specific as you can. Maybe Western Balkan region isn't so different from the other parts of the world when this is concerned. And of course, we can talk about Russia and China in this regard. So bad news first, okay? Mihailo, you said in our preparation that the ability of bad actors to disseminate disinformation is exponentially increasing. Tell us more on the ways to do so and the consequences.
Okay, so since generative AI appeared, and by generative AI what we mean are algorithms like ChatGPT, and if you use tools like Midjourney that can generate images and so on, they really ushered a new technological revolution. So we are really living in the middle of the next industrial revolution that's powered by AI.
We're living in the future.
Yes,
okay.
in a lot of ways, a very fast evolving future. And one of the concepts that AI brings into the sphere of this information is scalability. Okay, and what does this mean? So I'll give you a very concrete example. So by all means, I'm a very mediocre programmer, okay? But it took me less than a day to program an AI-powered Facebook bot. Okay, this bot is able to connect to Facebook. It's able to generate through AI a message with any instruction that I give it. It's supposed to get data from Facebook, and I can use this data to, for instance, look at a profile of a person and tailor a message to that particular person. All of that took me less than a day to develop, okay, to implement this little piece of software.
Highly intelligent bot.
Exactly. And so now to multiply that to 1,000, 10,000 instances is essentially trivial. It's just a matter of sheer financial resources. And my estimates are that, per unit, it will cost you something like a few euros per day. Okay. So now you have this ability to really kind of exponentially grow your disinformation operations. Yeah. And the other thing that's very important is that the quality of content you can generate with AI is becoming very human-like. It's extremely difficult even nowadays to distinguish AI-generated content from human-generated content. I do this exercise a lot of times in events where I show people a bunch of images that are human-generated and AI-generated, and without an exception, people are not able to tell the difference. So just to finalize this point, why is all of this possible? To give you a bit more of a context. So there are several things. The first one is that the difference between AI today and a couple of years ago is that AI of today can really understand context. Okay, so for example, if I tell you a sentence that goes something like, I'm going to go to the bank and pick up some cash, and I tell you the sentence, I'm sitting on a river bank and watching the sunset. Algorithms from the past, they struggle to distinguish the difference between the word bank in both sentences. Algorithms of today can do this. They can actually look at an image and understand the relationship, quote unquote, understand relationship between the objects and the image and so on, where before they could only detect them. So all of this is a lot more similar to the way people actually reason and think and create, and it's the main reason why the quality of the content that generated by AI is so much more human-like. And the other thing, and this is to
There
me
is another
a very,
thing. I cannot even
a very,
handle the
a very
first thing,
sort of,
okay?
sort of, when I realized this, it was a huge revelation, is that AI can use tools. Okay, I'm going to repeat this. AI can use tools. It's literally one of the things we use to define intelligence.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can give my AI system access to, for instance, tools that communicate to databases, tools that scour the internet, tools that allow it to perform computations and so on. And AI can actually use these tools interchangeably and pass results from one to the other and so on. So these are incredibly sophisticated systems that we can use to generate content.
We are done.
And it can be, unfortunately, used for disinformation as well.
I really want to skip on the good news part, but let's just kind of pay closer attention to this one. Sophie, I will just keep you just for this question, because as Mihailo said, and Tyler in our preparation said also something terrifying, even more because it's true. Content doesn't need to be perfect, just good enough that a casual scroll or a quick glance leads a person to a desired conclusion. Now, from good enough to really convincing stuff like deep fake, it looks like anyone can do it. I don't know which part of these three is more terrifying.
I think it's collectively terrifying, and I think you only need to look at examples, for example, in May of this year, where there was the AI-generated image of the explosion at the Pentagon, which then caused real-world hysteria on stock markets, for example. And looking ahead to the amount of globally significant elections that are due to take place in 2024, I mean, that is child's play compared to the impact that AI-generated images, text, etc. is going to have in terms of what voters, the billions of them who are going to be going to the polls, including here in the Western Balkans, in North Macedonia, Moldova, Croatia, Serbia, etc., in terms of what they're going to be believing when they go into this, into those polls. And so we recently, at Logically, conducted a report testing the capacity of, I think Mihailo already mentioned Midjourney. We certainly tested that alongside Stable Diffusion, DALL-E 2, etc., in terms of their propensity to generate images that would be associated with narratives that we would commonly be seeing used around election disinformation. So to take the example of the UK, this would be a huge number of migrants arriving across the English Channel. This would be widespread civil unrest, crime on the streets, etc. And to answer in terms of what's most terrifying, from that study that we carried out, what alarmed us the most is that 85% of the prompts that we presented to these platforms were accepted with little to no content moderation at all. And so, exactly as you say, and as Mihailo said, this is something that can now, it's no longer a case of a $20 million effort from the Internet Research Agency of Russia conducting this a few years ago. This is now being done for less than $400 by someone in their bedroom, simply if they wish to. And so the democratization of these generative AI platforms, I think, is what causes a significant concern. And from our perspective, again, going back to the amount of elections that will be, I mean, this is the first time we're going to see the EU, the UK, and the US, not to mention all other countries who will be going to the polls in the same year. And what we think we're going to see in the next 6 to 9 months is a move away from ChatGPT to a kind of influence GPT. What I mean by that is that attempts to fully automate influence operations are going to mature and present critical pain points ahead of those electoral processes. And I think there are a number of initiatives, both from industry and otherwise, which are coming out in terms of watermarking or ways in which the human eye will be able to tell whether an image is AI generated or otherwise. But what is probably most alarming from our perspective is that there are no initiatives that can do this for text. Synthetic text remains beyond the realms of detection as far as technology has currently advanced. So it's an annoying collection of things that I think that we would be quite...
Yeah, it's much easier to recognize that there are 6 fingers in a picture than there are, synthetic text and words in the body of the text.
Absolutely.
Wow.
This is, I think, why, from our perspective, we tend to try and be content agnostic. And what we're really trying to do is focus on what are called TTPs, so the tactics, techniques, and procedures, the means by which bad actors are disseminating the content, so that instead of just trying to figure out, well, if this word is placed in front of another, how can we tell if that's AI generated or not? Look at the ways in which maybe there's a coordinated artificial messaging campaign which is pushing out that content among the multiple other TTPs that are available, which bad actors very much are employing.
Tyler, can we believe anything that we are seeing or reading or listening to? Could you tell us more about your case study for the event in Ukraine that you did?
Yeah, so currently you can believe some of what you see. I personally am very cynical and believe that we're rapidly approaching kind of a zero trust scenario with the widespread adoption of various models. As my colleagues mentioned, you know, content does not have to be perfect. Sophie mentioned the Pentagon photo. Like, I do this for a living. I looked at it, it looks fake. It doesn't stick out to people immediately if they don't see this or do this for a living. So what we did at Graphica, and I will stress that this was an internal test and did not go anywhere and did not make it to the open internet, we basically wanted to see if we could and how quickly and how cheaply we could create a coordinated messaging campaign. So we took the root event of a potential nuclear power plant bombing in Ukraine. What we then did is built fake images, fake eyewitness accounts, a set of fake bios for fake social media accounts that we could create, and translated these in English, Ukrainian, and Russian. So we had native speakers of all three languages confirm that these all, you know, passed the native language test. This cost us $4 and took 15 minutes. So that is kind of my starting point for why I'm not particularly confident in our ability to be able to respond to the scale of this threat by, as Sophie mentioned, next year's pretty significant election calendar.
So it's not actually even a case of having enough money to do it or a large sum of money to do it. You can do it for $4.
Yeah.
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 No. Okay, no, now it's time for good news because I really need it. One good news that I'm hearing from all of this is if we cannot trust the content that we are hearing, seeing, and reading, then I don't have to worry about my news presenter job, losing it to the AI artificial kind of presenter, because people will come again to trust people. We will have to see a person in front of us to be able to know that the words coming out of their mouths are real, or if they are on television or TV, we have no idea if this is the real person or not, right?
In a way, yes.
Okay.
But I have to say I'm a bit more optimistic about the future than Tyler is in the sense, and I'll tell you why. So we have this very powerful technology, and it's the case with most powerful technologies that the potential for misuse is significant. Okay, but the same technology that's available to them is available to us.
Okay.
Okay, and we can exploit these same principles of scalability, low cost, efficiency to actually counter the misuse. Okay, so for instance, let's look at the basic process of fact checking today, right? It's incredibly inefficient and actually doesn't work. And the reason why it doesn't work is because misinformation dissipates much faster than we can actually fact check it. It takes, from what I understand, at best a full day for an analyst to check something. After one day, it's too late, okay? The news has already gone through, people have adopted it, and the fact that you issued a statement saying that that's true, it's inefficient. But nowadays, you could actually automate largely the fact-checking process, and you could have almost in real time a system which takes something and says, actually, this is false, it's false based on this, blah, 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 and you could automatically tag social media posts like this. You could automatically prevent them from dissipating and stuff like this. So
what about emotions in this whole picture? Because people love to hate, people love to be angry about something, love to blame. This is like the first three emotions that people respond to. And if they see an information and have this adrenaline rush, oh, now I have something to be mad about. what is the use if they hear after 24 hours or in these 24 hours, no, this was actually fake?
So the effect is very little. I mean, you have to stop it, you know, in its tracks. So and this is really where AI can help you. The other thing I think is super important is this concept of adaptability, right?
Okay.
AI gives you this extreme flexibility to do things, you know, in a very microscopic level, to adapt your tactics and so on. But again, we can use the same. And actually, I will use here a very good example of an experiment, so to speak, that we did with the Digital Forensic Center, which is the digital hub of the Atlantic Council in Montenegro last year. And the idea was the following. So it's a group of very talented, very intelligent young people who are trying to track disinformation campaigns in Montenegro, and of which there is, you know, a whole universe here. And it's a very, very difficult job that they were trying to do manually. So I talked to them and we tried to see if we can develop some set of flexible digital tools that could actually accelerate their ability to track and respond to disinformation. So we did an experiment where I sat for a week with a group of people who had zero technical background, mostly political science majors, so no coding background, anything. And we spent a week learning basic Python programming language and a bit of data analysis techniques and a bit of AI that can be injected into that. And it worked.
In a week?
In a week. We were able together to build these tools that later on helped them with the analysis of the data for the elections and so on. And to me, this is a proof of concept that we have this ability to quickly adapt to the technology, to quickly integrate it into the workflows. And this is really what gives me hope that we are able to respond. What we don't need is, you know, new technology. What we need is the right vision. That's, to me, the main thing.
Sophie, to what extent are we really using the counter-disinformation tools and visions like this to really protect the society or to build resilience within society?
I think there's always going to be room to do more. I think that the state of the information ecosystem that we currently find ourselves in proves that. And I mean, certainly there's quite a variety of tools which are available. So certainly from Logically's perspective, we conduct fact-checking operations, open source intelligence investigations, as well as having built our own AI-powered threat detection platform. And to pick up on what Mihailo was saying, I mean, I'm sure it's clear to everyone present, but when we talk about fact-checking, we're talking about a process of enlightenment, not a process of silencing. And certainly any fact-checker will tell you that it is never us who are taking the decisions that are made on certain platforms to restrict or label content. That power always will remain with the platforms. And what we're talking about here is a methodical process of determining the veracity of this content. And so really what we're trying to do is empower users as best we can with with accurate information that they need so as to be able to make sound decisions and to foster meaningful conversations. And there are some initiatives underway to try and really create more of a market for that. I would point to the EU Code of Practice on Disinformation, which we happen to be signatories to. And that has very specific commitments, which will soon become more legally binding under the Digital Services Act, which is currently under implementation. And what this requires platforms to do is to not only enter into agreements with fact-checking organizations, but to also ensure that these fact-checkers are fairly compensated. And so this, when it comes to the extent to which these tools are being used, it's never really going to be enough in the current stage, but we do see, to give you a slight good answer, there are initiatives that are at play to try and encourage these to be taken more on board by the platforms.
So I see two problems or challenges here. I'm learning the diplomatic language. So first challenge, it seems that fighting disinformation costs much more money than just giving it out to the world, because you need to educate people, you need to invest in the new tools, you need to learn people how to use these tools. And the other problem is how much of a problem is the willingness or lack thereof of average consumer willingness to actually accept or to think about the information he is absorbing.
Absolutely, I think that's a really good point, because out of the arsenal of counter-disinformation tools that might be available, they are rendered useless unless the general public has the capacity for critical thinking which is needed. And so this is where media literacy initiatives come into it. We're heavily involved in this, again, not just through commitments under the EU Code of Practice on Disinformation, but generally in terms of what is needed in the public interest. So whether this is creating keyword search interventions for a platform when it comes to a series of elections being held in a country, that if a key word associated with a disinformation narrative is typed into a search bar, that there is a pop-up that comes up to link to authoritative sources, or generally to a guide on how to spot mis and disinformation online. These are just some of the kind of media literacy activities that are underway, but we would also participate in various others, including train the trainer programs, going into graduate students or students of any age across the world and try and really educate them, because it's also in the time that we find ourselves, we're no longer just talking about media literacy, we're talking about digital media literacy. Yeah. And it's frankly not at the level that we need. And so
because media literacy is not on the level that we need. So we have no platform to build up on.
No, and I mean, this is exactly what, as I said, this is exactly what's needed to actually make those counter-disinformation tools meaningful, because this is the only way that you're going to have all of these initiatives stick, is if you have a public that is able to be receptive to them. They need to have those critical thinking skills ready to go. They need to know what the key signs are to look out for, so that when you do have a fact-checking signage applied to a piece of content, or when an open source intelligence investigation is published, that this is all feeding into that same learning capacity of the general public to be more skeptical of what they are seeing online, to think about what the source is, where this is coming from.
Tyler, how to suppress disinformation on the technical and the social aspect?
Yeah, I think we've not danced around, but touched on this topic a little bit here, which is, we're attempting these technical approaches to fight this technical problem. It is a whole society problem. We heard yesterday at several panels about the kind of social incohesion and ethnic incohesion in the Western Balkans. Those are expanded threat surfaces which adversarial actors can take advantage of, right? So unless you build and strengthen trust in your democratic institutions, unless you build and strengthen media literacy programs, the trust in your external fact checker or your big social media platform labeling something fake news, if that foundational trust is not there to even believe the media literacy curriculum that you're given or that your child is given, our work is kind of in vain, which is a really kind of bleak thing to say, but I still think valid. I also think, we're talking a lot about entities which operate in the legal sphere of AI. And jailbroken models, which, unlike phones, jailbreak in this community just generally means, open source. These models already are shared widely online. They're already talked about widely online. There are instruction manuals for how to install your own, how to write your own malware. Like, these things are out there and available. So unless we also, we've talked about disinformation and the IO aspect of this, but this is really kind of a cybersecurity issue too. Unless we approach this like a legitimate cyber threat, like a phishing campaign, the IO and the cyber generally go hand in hand. I find it difficult to extract one from the other for this kind of work.
Yeah. It seems like it should be stopped in tracks in the beginning, as close to the source as possible, and try to stop it before it spreads. And then on the other hand, the same analogy applies to the society-wide solution. It looks like we have to start from kindergarten, right?
Yes.
With media literacy and with, because you are naming all these tools and they are there and we can use them, but we have to have the will and the understanding, the consciousness, oh, this is a problem. As you said, it's a security problem. It's maybe a weapon of the, not weapon of the future, we are already living it, and it already probably is used as a weapon on a large scale. So, Mikhailo, what does it take and what should be done to protect in some way or prepare the political system for the AI-driven disinformation?
So Sophie and Tyler actually already touched on a few very good points about education and about society and so on. I mean, AI is a tool in the hybrid warfare environment, and so there's no silver bullet solution. We have to approach it as a hybrid solution as well. So to me, the first thing is that we need to invest in the technology and the human capital. We need to make sure that we can use the same technology to build protective tools. Okay, and that part is actually the easiest thing, because AI in itself has created a barrier of entry to develop these tools, to customize them, both cheaper, more efficient, and really more accessible in every way. The other thing is we need to heavily invest in education, and in Montenegro this is particularly important because we have a systemic problem for decades now with very low functional literacy among our population, among our graduates, and internet should have been a wake-up point for us to restructure our education system from, you know, learning facts to really focusing on analytic thinking. I think the urgency for that now is even more severe. I think we really need to flip our education system upside down and rebuild it from scratch and eliminate everything that doesn't have to do with critical and analytic thinking. Also, we need to teach people these things, media literacy. We need to equip them with the tools to be able to say, okay, I'm looking at something, and I'm gonna verify if it's true or not. I'm gonna check other sources. I'm gonna learn to find patterns by myself, which will suggest that this is false, and so on. It's possible, but it takes work, and it has to become a part of the culture, and has to be driven from education from a very early age. Mm-hmm. The third thing is regulatory. We need some level of regulation on how AI can be used and how it cannot be used. Mm-hmm. This is very tricky because we want to prevent misuse, but we also don't want to inflict on freedom of speech or prevent, you know, companies or members of society using AI in productive ways. Mm-hmm. The EU AI Act, I think, offers kind of a good starting point, but there's still a lot of work to be done there. I'll just finish by saying that, you know, we mentioned a lot of challenges. Mm-hmm. A lot of these challenges are actually opportunities as well. Something that's important to understand is that most of what we're talking about in the context of the Western Balkans, but it's true in the US as much as it is in France and the rest of the world. And what's interesting is that probably for the first time in history, we're at the point where the entire world is at the same technological level. Okay, so we all have access to the same AI technology.
Good news. Okay? Western Balkans is part of the world at the same level as everyone else.
And that is a wonderful opportunity for the Western Balkans to become a leader in something. I mean, we have an enormous need for tools to help us track and prevent disinformation. And we have the opportunity to build these tools with the resources that we have and really take the lead in this field. And whether we'll take this opportunity remains to be seen, but it's there.
What are the sources of the biggest kind of disinformation campaigns and using this technology in a bad way, connected to the Western Balkans, but we are now focused on Russia and its war in Ukraine. We saw disinformation campaigns going on and stuff like this, but China cannot be left out of the picture. Are these two centers the key centers?
I mean, I can just quickly say I'm sure that Tyler will have more to add, but I mean, it's in terms of having a graph that says where does the vast majority of this content come out of, I think in terms of the real world impact, it probably does make sense to attribute the biggest concern to Russia and China. I mean, certainly from our investigations, we will have noticed quite alarming behavior from Russian state-backed accounts or state-affiliated accounts, where you can literally see the narratives around Ukraine is a Nazi state, Ukraine is a terrorist state, Ukraine is a satanic state. You can see those narratives being turned on and off like a tap based on what is happening geopolitically. So this obviously would have happened around the outbreak of the war in February 22. You would have seen it again in December 2022 when there was the announcement of a fresh US aid package for Ukraine. And then again on the 1-year anniversary earlier this year. And so to see this very deliberate action of this tap turning on and off, I think that in its, and really it's quite extreme. You're seeing sometimes anywhere from 2,000 to 16,000 percentage increase in these contests. So this is not an insignificant tap when it's being turned on either. So I think from the perspective of what we see Russia doing, I would definitely be attributing a significant amount of concern.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you covered Russia, so I'll go to China since we had a panel on that a little bit earlier. We recently conducted an investigation into, Taiwan's election landscape. We identified roughly 10 or 11 IO campaign leads. Can't comfortably attribute those to China, although they promoted pro-Chinese narratives. During this investigation, we noticed that a lot of these items were using AI-generated content. And so that includes voice, that includes impersonation campaigns of both DPP and opposition candidates. That included text. And all of this was, again, we talked earlier about the spread. None of it received too much traction. And Taiwanese media is generally aware of, the threat that China poses to its sovereignty, and often report these things pretty quickly. So they have a pretty robust fact-checking disinformation industry there already, and they do excellent work. But some of these were kind of novel approaches that we hadn't seen. And kind of the meta takeaway here is that these state actors appear to be willing to experiment with a range of commercially available products. So that might include anything from, creating your own custom avatars, all the way through, this is a new mobile app available on iOS, and it has a, pretty poor-looking AI avatar, but I'm going to use that as my news anchor for this video and see where it goes. So we've seen it run the gamut. We saw earlier in 2023, Venezuela launched a YouTube video. They were using commercially available AI actors. This was fact-checked and called out by a Venezuelan fact-checking organization, Cazadores de Fake News. They do great work. But before that YouTube channel was taken down, some of those videos had 300, 400, 500,000 views. So it's about, we've talked about this, it's about expediency. It's about detecting the narratives and the content. It's about detecting the tools used to do this. But more importantly, it's about addressing your social, political, economic incohesion that allows these narratives to foster, and understanding the geopolitical messaging which these adversarial states are attempting to push. And my final point is that it's not all states. Because this is cheap, because it's easy, anybody can do this. And it's uncomfortable to talk about, but we should address, domestic use for, adversarial purposes. Sure, we'll go with that. We did identify one campaign that we attributed with high confidence using open source information to a guy living in New York. We couldn't link him to any state actor, but it was him. So that's kind of my takeaway here.
Yeah, you're right. We are when we think about bad guys, our minds go straight away to state actors and go straight away to Russia and China. What about the U.S.? What about the U.S. Not on the good side of the spectrum? What about the internal use? What about the blossoming of disinformation campaigns inside the U.S. alone? What to do about that?
I think all of the same answers exist. Yeah. I'm generally state agnostic when I approach this problem. I think every state has their own nuances. That's fine. But like we talked about, social and political and economic incohesion here, we have that in the States. It's different. There's a different history, a different context, but it's there. It's exploitable, and if I were an adversarial actor, why would I not target that? That is the threat space.
Yeah. Are there any questions from the audience? We have 2 more minutes to the end of our panel. We have, yes, and 2 questions. 3 questions, okay?
Hi, Yasmin Mijanovic. Very quick question. I believe it was Mihailo that talked extensively about the idea of education. And I really appreciated your focus on the notion of critical thinking. So as somebody who spends a lot of time in universities, I think one of the things that has gone categorically massively wrong, especially sort of in North America, but I think in Europe as well, is hyper-focus and tremendous resources devoted to STEM and virtually nothing to the social sciences and humanities. And I have to say, as somebody coming out of the social sciences and somebody who spends a lot of time with colleagues in the humanities, far and away the best work that I've seen in terms of countering the threat of disinformation, especially AI-generated disinformation, is coming out of those fields. It's not coming out of STEM. So I think it's really important, and I would like to hear your views further on how people who are working in sort of the AI field and STEM field, how can we incentivize folks like that to reach out to people in the humanities and social sciences and say, like, we need you to come in, we need to help deliver resources to you, because that's where the training has to happen. I mean, critical education, critical thinking is happening at that level. Thanks.
I will ask you for a quick answer. We don't have much time to go out of our frame, and we will still have a question from the ambassador. We cannot refuse her the question and the answer, so please just keep it very, very short.
So first, I completely agree with you. Part of the reason why this is happening is because there is sort of, from the economic side, a lot of need for STEM right now, for computer programmers and so on, so a lot of money is flowing in there. But traditionally, the education system everywhere in the world suffers from this segregation. You know, STEM people don't talk to social sciences people because from one point, it's not unreasonable because the language is a bit different, right? And I think, to be perfectly honest, I think the answer to this is in some form of liberal arts education. Okay, so I think that we really need to focus not on training programmers or physicists or sociologists. We need to train well-rounded people. We need to force people who are computer science majors to take art courses, and we need to force people who are studying art to take physics.
Holistic approach to the education.
Exactly.
Can we have another question, please?
And thank you, Yasmin. Thank you.
Can we?
Thank you, Yasmin. No? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Yasmin. Thank you to the panel. I'm sorry to have taken the last question of the
No,
session.
perfect.
I really want advice to policymakers, and actually, in the case of myself and several colleagues here from the international community, advice to us. Because
we can hear you, and we will.
I
yeah,
know, but okay.
yeah.
But we try to help. In the case of the United States, we're very active in the area of media literacy, in the area of supporting education and debunking and fact-checking. We're one of the major sponsors of the Digital Forensic Center, which was mentioned as the test bed for some of your early AI work. What are the advices you give to us? We want to be helpful. Policymakers here in the Western Balkans want to catch up with and stay ahead of the issue, because really it does affect the fundamental livelihood of the country and eventually the choice of future governments as the voters are confused, influenced, and potentially betrayed by artificial intelligence. So advice.
May I?
Yes,
Yeah.
sure.
To try and be as brief as possible in terms of 2 pieces of advice. One would be, there are ways of regulating AI, because we don't disagree that regulation of this technology is needed, but there are ways of regulating it which don't impede innovation, and we really need that. We need to lean into this technology, because let's not forget that this technology is neutral. It's the use cases used by bad actors for malicious purposes which imply negative outcomes. And so in order to remain progressive, we have to accept that the genie is out of the bottle, lean into it, develop it in a responsible way for good, because I think Mihailo touched on it earlier, that there are a lot of ways in which this can actually help us. This can be on the side for good. He mentioned precision fact-checking, which could be an option in terms of scanning existing claims that have already been checked. And to give one last piece of advice, which we feel strongly about from the UK perspective, starting next month, the UK is going to introduce what's called a digital imprints regime. This is applied to very specific registered organizations with their electoral commission. If you are disseminating election material, it has to have an imprint. This means the contact details of who is disseminating it, who the source is, on whose behalf it's being disseminated. Mm-hmm. However, in some parts of the UK, namely Scotland, this is not a requirement only for registered organizations. This applies to anyone disseminating election material. And we would advocate for that to be spread, to be expanded to any actor, because what
To add
this
more
does-
responsibility.
It provides a safeguard. It means that it facilitates that very critical thinking. This means that a member of the public is going to go, hey, this is missing information of what
Yeah.
I should be considering whether it's
Yeah.
trustworthy or not, and
Yeah.
then they will know.
Lakmus papir. Okay, thanks so much for this panel. It was a great panel. Thank you so much for listening and being here. We will now leave the stage, if you don't mind, because for the next 10 minutes and before the conversation with the President of Montenegro, we will see and hear a message from the Deputy Secretary General of NATO, Mircea Joana.
Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to address the To Be Secure conference in Montenegro. Montenegro is a highly valued ally and essential to stability in the Western Balkans. You contribute to our collective defense through NATO's KFOR mission in Kosovo, the NATO mission in Iraq, the Canadian-led battle group in Latvia, and the Italian-led battle group in Bulgaria. We discussed with President Milatovic these important issues when he visited with us just a few weeks back. You intend to reach the 2% defense spending pledge this year, with more than a quarter of those funds going on major new equipment. NATO is there for NATO, and NATO is there for Montenegro, including with allied aircraft from Greece and Italy, keeping your skies safe. And NATO is there for the wider Western Balkans, which is of critical importance to us. It has been a difficult year for the region, and Kosovo in particular continues to experience heightened tensions. In May, 93 KFOR troops were injured, some seriously, during protests in northern Kosovo. This is totally unacceptable. Then last month, there was an attack on a Kosovo police patrol, leaving one officer dead and 2 others wounded. A subsequent standoff in a monastery led to the death of several assailants. This violence must stop. In response to the increased tensions, NATO has deployed hundreds of additional troops to Kosovo. Only last week, the United Kingdom deployed an additional 600 troops, and we stand by to make further changes to KFOR's posture as needed. KFOR continues to monitor the situation closely, and we stand ready to act. Neutrality and impartiality are central to the success of our mission, and our commander in Kosovo is in close contact with all of his main interlocutors, including the Kosovo security organizations and the Serbian Chief of Defense. We'll always take all necessary actions to fulfill our mission under UN Security Council Resolution 1244, to maintain a safe and secure environment and freedom of movement for all communities in Kosovo. NATO strongly supports the EU-facilitated dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina. Outstanding issues can only be resolved through political agreement. This requires good faith, patience, perseverance, and yes, compromise. It's time to de-escalate. At the same time, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, separatist rhetoric and actions are a matter of serious concern. NATO strongly supports the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Bosnia and Herzegovina and their Euro-Atlantic reform efforts, as we support the whole Western Balkans, European and Euro-Atlantic integration. We support the UN-led operation under the Berlin Plus arrangement and the renewal of the EUFOR mandate. These are difficult times. Our values, freedom, democracy, the rule of law, and our attack within and beyond the Western Balkans. The most obvious demonstration of this is President Putin's war of aggression against Ukraine. Russia's brutal invasion has shattered decades of peace in Europe and caused NATO allies and partners to fundamentally review and reinforce our security and defense policies. NATO is not a party to this conflict, but we steadfastly support Ukraine and their right to self-defense, to freedom, and to choose their own path. NATO allies have provided tens of billions of dollars worth of financial, humanitarian, and military aid, and will continue to support Ukraine for as long as it takes. Montenegro has delivered millions of euros of military aid to Ukraine and also contributed substantially to NATO's comprehensive assistance package for Ukraine. Allies have also taken in millions of Ukrainian refugees fleeing the fighting. Tens of thousands of refugees have entered Montenegro, and around 10,000 have applied for some kind of national protection scheme. We thank you for that. Last year, as a direct result of the war, Finland and Sweden made historic decisions to apply for NATO membership. Finland has now joined the NATO alliance, and Sweden will soon follow. So NATO's open door policy has served us well in the Western Balkans. With Montenegro and North Macedonia now allies, most countries in the region are now members of the alliance, making the whole region more secure. This is a true strategic awakening in Europe. I don't know when or how the war will end, but I do know this. Our relationship with Moscow has fundamentally changed. Even after the fighting stops, the security landscape in Europe will never be the same. President Putin wants a different kind of Europe, a Europe where he can control his people and dominate his neighbors. He sees freedom and democracy as a threat and attempts to undermine them at every turn, including here in Montenegro, through hybrid warfare, disinformation, cyber attacks, anything to create the instability and chaos that serves his interests. This is why we are placing so much emphasis not only on traditional forms of deterrence, such as troops, tanks, and missiles, but also on countering disinformation and cyber attacks, and on strengthening the resilience of our societies and of our critical infrastructure. We are also deeply concerned by the growing ties between Russia and countries as China, Iran, and North Korea. As authoritarian regimes increase their cooperation, so too must those who believe in freedom and democracy. To stand together, to promote peace, to protect our shared security, and defend our democratic values and the global rules and norms. This is about the sort of world we want to live in, the sort of world we want our children and grandchildren to grow up in, a world based on freedom, on democracy, and the rule of law, or one dictated by violence, oppression, and corruption. As a Romanian, I've seen the experience of both sides. In Montenegro, you have seen that too. I know which world I choose. I know which world we would choose. This is why, since Russia's wars against Ukraine began in 2014 with the illegal annexation of Crimea, we have implemented the largest reinforcement of our collective defense in a generation, increasing the readiness of our forces, deploying combat-ready troops to the east of the alliance for the first time, and investing more in our defense. Doing what was needed to protect our values, our people, and every inch of NATO territory. So when President Putin launched his full-fledged invasion of Ukraine last year, we were ready. Within hours, we activated all our defense plans, put 40,000 troops under NATO command, backed by significant air and maritime power, and we strengthened our forward defenses from the Baltic to the Black Sea. We have now updated those defense plans with 300,000 troops on higher readiness, backed by substantial air and naval power, more pre-positioned equipment, more forward deployed capabilities, including air defenses, and strengthened command and control. So we can be even more agile in times of crisis. We are also increasing our stockpiles of munitions and equipment and sending a strong demand message to industry so they can produce what we need, both to support Ukraine in the long term and to ensure our own continued security. This has truly been a decisive decade for our deterrence and defense. Of course, all of this must be paid for. So it is good news that all allies are investing more in defense. 2023 marks the ninth consecutive year of defense investment increase across European allies and Canada. By the end of this year, these nations together will have invested over $450 billion extra. 11 allies now reach or exceed 2% target, a number we expect that will rise substantially next year. And at the Vilnius summit, allies went further, committing to invest at least 2% of GDP every year in defense. In a more dangerous world, strengthening our security is not simply desirable, it is imperative. Allies can rely on NATO to ensure the security of our nations, 1 billion people, safe, on NATO soil, stronger than ever, and I know that we can count on Montenegro for fulfilling our task. And in a few months' time, in July of next year, we're expecting anniversary summit in Washington, D.C. The most successful alliance in history will celebrate its 75th anniversary, and it's just the beginning of a long, successful journey. I wish you luck, and we keep Montenegro in our hearts and in our minds.
E pa, dame i gospodo, ulazimo polako u finale TUBIS foruma 2023. Imali smo prilike, dakle, u ova 2 dana da čujemo odlične govore, da svjedočimo sjajnim diskusijama, da dobijemo odgovore na brojna pitanja, da pojasnimo neke stvari, da iskoristimo priliku da osvježimo, kako bih rekao, stara prijateljstva, da uspostavimo nova prijateljstva. Dakle, priliku za mnoge važne, bitne teme koje su važne i za Crnu Goru i za ovaj naš dio svijeta, s jedne strane i s druge strane, dakako i na globalnom nivou, upravo u kontekstu svega onoga što se dešava u Ukrajini. I evo, kao što sam rekao, ulazimo u finale, a u finalu, dok se pozdravi, dakle, dame i gospodo, samo što je sjeo, predsjednik će morati da ustane, predsjednik Crne Gore Jakov Milatović, izvolite. Dobar dan. Izvolite. Dakle, ja znam da vas ovih dana, pretpostavljam, sa svih strana nekako, pitaju jednu stvar, a to je kako ide proces formiranja vlade u Crnoj Gori. Kako ga ocjenjujete? Kakav vam je stav o dosad urađenom na tom planu? Kako ocjenjujete razgovore, a evo i njihove rezultate koje čovjek kojem ste vi dali mandat za sastavljanje vlade, gospodin Spajić, vodio sa predstavnicima političkih partija u Crnoj Gori? Je li zapravo taj proces razgovora, dogovora, pregovora, tako da kažemo, definitivno završen, pa se sad zapravo negdje, hajde da kažemo, vode neki finalni koraci da bi Crna Gora u ovom zakonskom roku koji ističe 9. novembra dobila vladu?
Pa evo, dozvolite mi prvo na početku da pozdravim sve vaše goste i da iskažem zadovoljstvo što danas prisustvujem ovdje u razgovoru sa vama. Mnogi mi postavljaju pitanje za koje ja zaista nisam prava adresa. Pitanje o vladi je pitanje mandataru, ali ono što mogu da ovdje odgovorim je onako da poređam par određenih činjenica. Parlamentarni izbori u Crnoj Gori su se desili 11. juna i od tada je prošlo skoro 4 mjeseca. Ta 4 mjeseca se mogu podijeliti u 3 faze. Prva faza, ona koja je trajala od parlamentarnih izbora do konstituisanja Skupštine Crne Gore, koja je bila poprilično također duga, postojale su određene izborne žalbe i negdje su se morali ispoštovati vjerovatno određena pravila tog procesa. Na kraju smo i dobili novi saziv Skupštine Crne Gore koji je konstituisan 27. jula kada počinje da teče druga faza ovog procesa, a to je faza u okviru koje sam ja zaista imao ulogu. Od tada sam imao rok od nekih 30, odnosno ne nekih 30 dana, nego tačno 30 dana po Ustavu Crne Gore da odredi mandatara. Ono što ja ovdje mogu da kažem, a i što mislim da građani i građanke Crne Gore dobro znaju, je da je po prvi put u Crnoj Gori urađen jedan u potpunosti inkluzivan i transparentan proces konsultacija. Da sam ja razgovarao sa svim političkim partijama zastupljenim u novom sazivu Skupštine Crne Gore i da sam nakon tih razgovora rezultate razgovora vrlo transparentno predstavio crnogorskoj javnosti i kao rezultat svega toga je bilo i dodjeljivanje mandata gospodinu Spajiću. Da podsjetim sve vas da sam ja to uradio u roku od 10 dana, iako je rok postojao od 30 dana. I na kraju smo ušli onda u treću fazu, Treća faza, znači, počinje 10. avgusta kada je gospodin Spajić dobio mandat i ona već traje 2 mjeseca. Ono što jedan objektivni analitičar može da zaključi je da su prva faza i treća faza one faze koje su predugo trajale, a da je suštinski jedina faza koja je zaista urađena u rekordnom roku bila ona kada sam ja vodio proces, a to je ona kada je trebalo dodijeliti mandat nekome.
Je li to znači, evo konkretno kad je treća faza u pitanju, da gospodin Spajić proces ne vodi na način na koji biste vi voljeli da ga vodi, evo ne donoseći vrijednosni sud s moje strane o tome, u tom smislu ovo jeste pitanje za vas, dakle koliko jeste zadovoljni i tempom i načinom na koji se vode razgovori o formiranju nove crnogorske vlade.
Ono što jeste također jedna karakteristika našeg političkog sistema, to jest u ovom slučaju Ustava, je jako dug vremenski period u okviru kojeg neko može da napravi vladu. Znači, u poređenju sa mnogim zemljama Evrope, vi morate, kada dobijete mandat od predsjednika ili šefa države, kralja ili kraljice, vi morate da vladu predložite u roku od nekih 20 dana ili najduže mjesec dana. U Crnoj Gori ustavopisac je predvidio da rok od 90 dana kada vlada mora da bude napravljena, ali niko nije dodatno razradio da li mandatar može da drži mandat u toku trajanja cijelog tog perioda, tako da se naravno negdje zaključak nameće da on to može da radi i upravo držanje mandata u ovom vremenskom periodu koji je jako dug, negdje po mom utisku dozvoljava i svim učesnicima tog političkog procesa nekako da se pozicioniraju, repozicioniraju i sve to, čini mi se, također otežava pravljenje vlade. Ja sam recimo siguran da je rok puno kraći, da bi čak Crna Gora, da je rok za jednog mandatara kraći, da bi Crna Gora već dobila vladu.
Koliko god je, dakle, gospodin Spajić još uvijek u zakonskom okviru, dakle, do 9. novembra ponavljamo, vi ste očekivali da taj proces očito ide puno brže.
A vidite, mislim da je to bilo očekivanje svih građana i građanki u Crnoj Gori.
Šta vam kaže gospodin Spajić?
Mislim da je fair reći još jednu stvar. Nakon izbora koji su se desili 11. juna, vi imate jednu vrlo, onako, opet novu situaciju za crnogorsku političku scenu, a to je jedan veliki broj političkih aktera u novom sazivu Skupštine Crne Gore. Čak 18. I znate, kada imate 18 političkih aktera koji negdje trenutno pregovaraju o novoj vladi, treba imati na umu da sve to, jel tako, otežava kompletan proces. Tako da sam ja rekao da ni gospodinu Spajiću, ni bilo kom drugom da je mandatar u ovoj situaciji, sigurno nije zadatak bio lak. Što ne znači da taj zadatak nije mogao da bude urađen brže.
Šta je mogao gospodin Spajić učiniti, evo, da to bude brže?
Analitički, onako posmatrano, mislim da, pored naravno svih poteškoća, da je, ako opet analizirate prethodnih 30 godina višestranačja u Crnoj Gori ili 33, mislim da je gospodin Spajić opet, koliko mu je bilo negdje sa jedne strane teško u kontekstu 18 političkih subjekata, bilo u poređenju sa svim mandatarima u prethodnom periodu i najlakše. Zato što je, po mom dubokom ubjeđenju, on imao najviše u poređenju na sve njegove prethodnike opcija na koji način može da napravi vladu. Ali ja zaista ovdje ne bih davao dodatno sud o tome kako je on vodio ovaj proces. Na meni je da negdje izložim fakta i činjenice i na, naravno, političkim akterima i na kraju na građanima i građankama je da negdje o svemu tome prosude.
Govorite o političkim akterima, dakle, opet se vraćam na vaš stav kao predsjednika države prema tome, jeste li zapravo zadovoljni izborom političkih aktera s kojima je gospodin Spajić, pominjemo ga puno, ali evo šta ćemo, razgovarao upravo u kontekstu formiranja nove vlade. Mislite li da je tu bilo prostora da se razgovara i sa nekim drugim političkim akterima, jer ste pominjali dakle, da treba uvažavati izbornu volju i pominjali ste određene partije ili koalicije, svejedno, koje su dobile znakovitu, značajnu podršku birača.
Vidite, ja kad god sam govorio o procesu formiranja vlade u Crnoj Gori, pored ovoga što sam rekao da zaista on jako dugo traje, uvijek sam govorio vrlo principijelno. Ja mislim, niti je Crna Gora jedina zemlja u Evropi koja pravi koalicijnu vladu, jer da vas podsjetim, ova crnogorska vlada, kao i ove prethodne, će biti koalicijona, kako god ona na kraju bude izgledala. Moje duboko ubjeđenje je da se svaka koalicijona vlada pravi u odnosu na određena programska načela. Čini mi se da je to izostalo u ovom prethodnom periodu, jer vi iz ugla mandatara ili iz ugla nekoga ko pravi vladu, mislim da je on mogao da puno bolje i puno adekvatnije iskoristi ovaj prethodni proces, kako bi od političkih aktera vrlo jasno dobio odgovore u odnosu na neka važna programska pitanja koje on kao mandatar u ovom procesu nudi građanima Crne Gore. I to je ono što ja negdje najviše zamjeram ovom procesu. Meni, njemu lično, niti bilo kom drugom političkom akteru, jer smatram da bi i to na neki način dodatno dalo jednu vrijednost demokratskom sazrijevanju u Crnoj Gori. Jer vi ste i u prethodnom periodu, pazite, i prethodni režim koji ovdje nikome nije bilo nikada lako, niti je nikada lako napraviti vladu. Niti u prethodnom periodu u Crnoj Gori, niti je to lako bilo gdje drugo u svijetu. Ako je pravite, naravno, na nekim demokratskim osnovama u kontekstu zadovoljenja različitih legitimnih političkih prioriteta, vi morate prosto da, kao dobar političar, a politika je vještina mogućeg, uspijete da nađete zajednički imenitelj sa onim političkim akterima s kojima možete da dođete do jedne adekvatne većine u parlamentu.
Jeste li vi željeli koaliciju za budućnost Crne Gore u novoj crnogorskoj vladi? Želite li je još? Dakle, proces traje, još uvijek ima dovoljno vremena. Mislim da je vrlo fair da imamo jasan odgovor na to pitanje.
Pa dobro, ja mislim da sam ja bio vrlo jasan od početka i nikada nisam govorio o tome ko bi trebao, ko ne bi trebao da bude u vladi.
Ali važna je vaša riječ, teška je vaša riječ.
Pa vidite, tačno je da je teška i u političkom smislu ona je vjerovatno...
Ona je važna u političkom smislu.
Sada ona sa najvećim političkim legitimitetom u zemlji. Ono što iz ugla predsjednika Crne Gore, koji predstavlja građane, je meni važno je da ta vlada bude politički stabilna.
Dobro.
I ja sam uvijek govorio o određenim principima. Ja mislim da je vlada koja je podržana u parlamentu od strane više poslanika stabilnija u odnosu na onu koja je podržana od manje poslanika. Ja mislim da je to u potpunosti racionalno i prirodno i vrlo onako matematički precizno. Pritom, mislim da je u ovom crnogorskom slučaju to jako važno u kontekstu, znate, kvalifikovane većine koja je potrebna u Crnogorskoj skupštini kako bismo odblokirali reforme u pravosuđu koje su ključ daljeg našeg napretka na našem evropskom putu. Ono što sam sebi dao za pravo također negdje na javnoj sceni, opet govoreći iz ugla inkluzivnosti, iz ugla čovjeka koji se zaista zalaže za Crnu Goru svih nas, smatrao sam da bi svaka buduća crnogorska vlada, pa i ova naredna, trebala da ima partije koje predstavljaju manje brojne narode i mislim da na taj način bi se dodatno dao jedan dodatan impuls inkluzivnosti te vlade. I to su prosto stvari koje sam ja vrlo jasno od početka govorio. Sada vi imate različite neke medijske spinove ovakve ili onakve od strane raznih analitičara, političkih partija koje su mene u prethodna 4 mjeseca u svakom trenutku pokušavala da stave u određeni koš. Međutim, vrlo je teško mene staviti u bilo koji koš, pogotovo zato što sam čovjek koji, osim u koš principa i programskih načela, iza kojih ja vrlo čvrsto stojim i evo, koje mogu ovdje da i pred vašom publikom vrlo jasno ponovim. Kad je u pitanju crnogorska spoljna politika, ja sam bio vrlo jasan i u svojoj predizbornoj kampanji, a pogotovo i nakon što sam postao predsjednik Crne Gore, ja smatram da su tu 3 ključna prioriteta. Prvi je ubrzanje našeg evropskog puta, ali ne ono pro forme radi, nego zaista istinsko. Drugi je prioritet onaj koji se tiče našeg kredibilnog članstva u okviru NATO saveza, koje je posebno važno u kontekstu trenutno jedne vrlo teške bezbjednosne situacije na istoku Evrope i ruske agresije na Ukrajinu. I treće je ono koje nekada morate da izađete iz regiona Zapadnog Balkana, da ukapirate da je proces evropskih integracija ujedno i proces regionalnih integracija. I zato sam ja uvijek govorio o potrebi unapređenja dobrosusedskih odnosa.
Pričat ćemo o tome. Moram jednu stvar da vas pitam. Dakle, pomenuli ste važnost pravosuđa, dakle reforme pravosuđa. Izjavili ste nedavno da od Berlinskog kongresa, dakle u ovih 150 godina, nije bilo intenzivnog, ovoliko intenzivnog procesa reforme u Crnoj Gori. Sad imamo situaciju, dakle, da vlasti ne poštuju pravosnažne odluke, dakle, koje potvrđuju nezakonitosti u, evo, razrješenjima. Imamo slučaj Zorana Brđanina, imamo slučaj direktorice Monstata, dakle, a upravo poglavlja 23 i 24, kad govorimo o pregovorima Crne Gore sa Europskom unijom, jesu nekako alfa i omega svega toga.
Mislim da postavljate apsolutno jedno vrlo važno pitanje.
Znam.
I u ovoj evropskoj platformi koju sam predstavio prije neki dan, koju sam nazvao zajednička, zato što zaista mislim da je na svima nama da se zajedno okupimo oko evropskog puta Crne Gore. Prvu stvar koju sam tamo naveo je da bi zakonodavne aktivnosti morale da budu u skladu sa Ustavom Crne Gore. I sad neki kažu, pa eto, to se podrazumijeva. Pa kako se to podrazumijeva, jeste li imali prošle godine svaku političku partiju u prethodnom sazivu Skupštine Crne Gore, koja je unaprijed znala da predlažući određena zakonska rešenja krši Ustav. I bez obzira na to znanje je to radila. Ovdje mislim i na odlaganje lokalnih izbora i na zakon o predsjedniku Crne Gore. Apsolutno svaka, ali svaka politička partija u Skupštini Crne Gore je znala da predlaže izmjene i dopune zakona koje su protivne Ustavu i uprkos tome ih je predlagala. I znate šta se desilo na kraju? Ništa se nije desilo. Pojeo vuk magarca. Niko od poslanika nije odgovarao zbog toga. Niko. I upravo ja sam ovdje i pozvao na jedno, kako da kažem, ozbiljnije ponašanje ljudi koje građani direktno biraju.
Dakle, ozbiljnije ponašanje ljudi koje građani direktno biraju. Osjetili ste baš u ovom momentu potrebu da uputite jednu takvu platformu svim parlamentarnim strankama u Crnoj Gori, bez obzira, dakle, na kom su polu, tako da kažem.
Mogu li samo da se vratim prije vašeg pitanja na još jednu vrlo važnu stvar koju mislim da opet trebamo zajednički da izanaliziramo. Mi smo kao zemlja jako ponosni na naše 1000 godina dugu državnost, eto tako da se negdje izrazim. Ono što je faktički tačno je da smo mi postali međunarodno priznati nakon Berlinskog kongresa 1878. godine i u tom trajanju od prethodnih 150 godina u okviru različitih federacija, konfederacija, samostalnog trajanja, Crnom Gorom su vladala 4 režima.
Dobro.
Prvi je bio dinastija Petrović-Njegoš od 1878. godine do Prvog svjetskog rata. Drugi je bila dinastija Karađorđević, dinastija Republike Srbije, koja je postala tada jugoslovenska dinastija, koja je vladala Crnom Gorom do Drugog svjetskog rata. Treći je bio onaj komunistički, koji je vladao u kontekstu Komunističke partije Jugoslavije i dijela, Komunističke partije Crne Gore, nakon Drugog svjetskog rata do pada Berlinskog zida. I ovaj četvrti, koji je vladao Crnom Gorom tih 30 i nešto godina nakon pada Berlinskog zida, u okviru Demokratske partije socijalista. Do prve u istoriji Crne Gore demokratske promjene vlasti na izborima, koja se desila 2020. godine. To je jedna stvar koju je vrlo važno reći. Mi smo kao narod prvi put u našoj istoriji, koja je velika, sjajna, demokratski promijenili vlast 2020. godine. Ova 4 režima, bez obzira da li mi možda sada iz ove perspektive neke posmatramo više romantično, prema nekima smo onako negativni, su u svojoj biti bili jako autoritativno nastrojeni. Skoro pa kvazi autokratski, neki više, neki manje. Suštinska demokratija u Crnoj Gori je došla nakon prve demokratske smjene vlasti. Jer vi da biste imali političku odgovornost...
Vi mislite da oni koji su došli 2020. nisu ni u najmanjoj mjeri pokazali autoritarnost, da je odmah nekako svanulo Crnoj Gori nakon 4 režima u trajanju od 150 godina?
Pa naravno da nijesu u potpunosti odgovorili nadi i izazovu. Upravo ja...
Sjetimo se malo retorike iz tog vremena, znate.
Treba da dođem i do toga i to je moj zaključak sada.
Pitanje dakle da svaka vlast treba da šalje poruke, oprostite, koje su ako ništa prihvatljive, iako se možda i ne slagala određena populacija, ali prihvatljive u načinu njihovog saopštavanja javnosti.
Da biste vi suštinski bili demokratska vlast, vi morate da imate strah da ćete izgubiti izbore.
Dobro.
Jer strah od gubljenja izbora vas gura da budete bolji, da budete demokratski nastrojeni, da se ne griješite o zakon i tako dalje. Prvi put taj strah, po znacima navoda, nećete me negativno shvatiti, nego u pozitivnom smislu strah, je u Crnoj Gori došao 2020. godine.
Ipak bi neki drugi motivi trebali biti na prvom mjestu,
A
a ne
vidite,
strah koliko god je pod navodnicima.
Ovo su vam osnove političke teorije. I ono što se, nažalost, nije u potpunosti desilo, znači politička elita koja je došla nakon 2020. godine, nije u potpunosti odgovorila izazovima trenutku, ali znate što je bilo dobro? Što su nju građani kažnjavali. I vi već imate u prethodne 3 godine smjenjivost vlasti.
Dobro.
Na državnom nivou. I to je vrlo važno, jer jedino smjenjivost vlasti vlast buduću može da učini boljom. Jer upravo je to ono što nije ranije postojalo u Crnoj Gori, a što je sada konačno negdje došlo i kod nas. I ja mislim da je u prethodne ove 3-4 godine, zato sam ja i rekao da je nivo reformi, intenzitet, nevjerovatno velik. Suštinski, jer nemojte zaboraviti, velika je stvar kada vi po prvi put u vašoj istoriji demokratski promijenite vlast. Pa je još jednom promijenite, evo sad nakon ovih parlamentarnih izbora. Pa recimo uradite jednu u potpunosti demokratsku smjenu na predsjedničkim izborima, gdje ja mislim da smo pokazali, i gospodin Đukanović, ja bez obzira što ja mislim o gospodinu Đukanoviću, mislim da se mi politički u potpunosti onako razlikujemo, da smo pokazali jednu zaista lijepu praksu kako to treba da se radi.
Politički na vanjsko-političkom planu ne biste trebali da se razlikujete, je li tako? U kontekstu integracija, u kontekstu irreverzibilnosti, recimo, članstva u NATO-u, priznanja Kosova, ratu u Ukrajini.
Ono gdje se ja i on najviše razlikujemo, to je suština. Ja mislim da ona koja forma je ta koja je normalno ostala, ali ja mislim da je gospodin Đukanović, naravno, mnoge stvari negdje radio ne iz vrednostnih razloga, nego iz možda nekih politički oportunih. Ja zaista ove prioritete koje sam naveo...
Pa možda iz onog straha da ne izgubi vlast koju ste pominjali, koji je dio političke teorije.
Neću sada da ulazim, zato što je gospodin Đukanović već dio političke prošlosti u Crnoj Gori i mislim da nema više potrebe, ali ono što ja želim da bude dio crnogorske politike i zašto nadam se da će u potpunosti biti slučaj sa narednom crnogorskom vladom, bez obzira kad i kako se ona bude napravila, je to da će ona vrednosno biti na putu unapređenja vladavine prava, ekonomskog napretka zemlje i ovih spoljnopolitičkih prioriteta.
Je li se vama, gospodine Milatoviću, dio PES-a oteo? Da li vi možete zamisliti situaciju u kojoj neće biti formirana vlada u ovih 90 dana, u kojem ćete ponovno imati izbore u Crnoj Gori i imati umjesto 18, 22 politička aktera? Je li i to jedan od scenarija?
Vidite, ja mislim da niko ne može predvidjeti budućnost, šta će se dešavati, ali ono
Vi kako cijenite odnose u okviru pokreta Europa sad? Negdje, ja govorim sad kao outsider, znate da ne dolazim iz najsređenije države na svijetu, ali evo dakle, izvana, dovoljno blizu, čini mi se da se dešavaju određene promjene u okviru pokreta koji ste vi iznjedrili na kraju krajeva, iz kojeg ste došli na poziciju predsjednika Crne Gore, ali iz PES-a imamo, dakle, između ostalog neko saopćenje za javnost u kojem stoji da se usporava proces formiranja vlade zbog internih i eksternih opstrukcija.
Dobro, znate kako, mislim moj savjet je uvijek da krivca treba tražiti u onima koji su negdje ti koji su, kod kojih je lopta trenutno. Lopta je kod mandatara. Tako da je odgovornost...
Ali on je vaš nekako, znate?
Pa naravno, on je prije svega svoj.
Dobro, ali u političkom smislu i vi ste njegovi, on je vaš nekako.
Kako je ono bilo za Tita.
Mi smo Titovi, Tito je naš.
Tito je naš. Ja mislim da smo mi ipak izašli iz tog perioda.
Znate vi odlično šta govorim,
ja mislim da smo mi izašli iz tog perioda i da je svaka partija, ja ne bih volio da je i PES i bilo koja druga partija u Crnoj Gori, nažalost čini mi se da se to nekako ne pokazuje, nalik na komunističku partiju Jugoslavije. Mislim da je došlo vrijeme da opet dođe demokratija i u okviru političkih partija.
Apsolutno.
Ne samo između političkih partija.
Pa i da od jedne nastanu dvije, mislim.
Imate recimo situaciju, evo u Americi šta se trenutno dešava. Imate par kongresmena koji su makli svog republikanca. Zamislite sad recimo da imate situaciju u republikanskoj stranci gdje oni izbacuju te ljude. Jer imali ste recimo kada je bio Brexit u Britaniji, više konzervativaca koji su se zalagali za Brexit, više oni koji su, neki drugi koji su se zalagali da Britanija ostane u Europskoj uniji. Znači, pluralnost u okviru svake političke partije je dobra.
Dakle, vi ovo u PES-u vidite kao jednu vrstu pluralnosti ili potencijalne pluralnosti koja ne može dovesti do nekih značajnijih posljedica upravo u kontekstu formiranja nove crnogorske vlasti, dakle, bez novih izbora u ovom momentu. I kad ste već pomenuli Amerika, ajde, odgovorite mi na ovo. Je li to jedan proces demokratizacije?
Ja pravo da vam kažem, ne mogu tačno da vam odgovorim što se dešava u okviru predsjedništva PES-a, jer prosto ne učestvujem na tim sjednicama.
Ali odlično ste informirani šta se dešava, mislim,
unazad koliko već, 4 mjeseca.
Znate vi dobro i sinoć šta je bilo.
I nadam se da će
Evo, ne pitam vas šta je bilo.
10 koliko je već pametnih glava iznaći način da izađu iz ove situacije još pametniji i jači. To je moj onako vrlo racionalni savjet. A isto tako, ja ovdje ne želim samo da negdje savjetujem pokret Europa sad. Ja želim da posavjetujem svaku partiju u Crnoj Gori, uključujući i ove druge.
Kad ste pomenuli Amerikance, ne možemo nekako ovaj razgovor okončati bez njih.
Ovdje je vrlo važno. Mislim da bi Crna Gora bila bolja, svaka politička partija u Crnoj Gori mora biti bolja. Ja nisam siguran, bilo je jedno pitanje skoro sada, da li su ove promjene u Crnoj Gori onako samo generacijske, pa je možda jedna generacija starijih političara prosto ostarila i otišla u penziju i došli sad neki novi mlađi ljudi, ili ona suštinska.
Ali ne znači da novi mladi ljudi uvijek donose dobre vrijednosti, znate.
Pa to vam ja sada, jel slušate vi šta pričam?
Da, kažem, samo vas dopunjavam.
Ja upravo to i kažem, znači na nama je da pokažemo da je ovo suštinski promjena. Ne samo, kako da kažem, ona neka
to je na vama
evolucija,
da
da su ovi
pokažete, baš
stariji, da su ovi stariji,
Eto, da im
ajde,
je vrijeme,
politički
da.
izumrli, a sad došli neki mlađi. Nego da su suštinski da su mlađi i bolji.
Kad smo kod Amerikanaca, dakle, koliko je bitna zapravo podrška Sjedinjenih Američkih Država Crnoj Gori? U kontekstu i vašeg razgovora, odnosno vaših razgovora sa administracijom, pa je to onda ovdje u medijima tumačeno i na ovaj i na onaj način, da ste gore obećali jedno, da ste ovdje radili ili radite drugo, pa ste relativizirali značaj gospodina Gabriela Escobara, šta god ko misli o njemu, jeli, u kontekstu hijerarhije, jeli, i reda veličina, onih s kojima ste razgovarali, koliko su vama Amerikanci bitni i važni kao partner?
Kakav je vaš dosadašnji utisak?
Ja vas pitam. Ja nisam siguran ko ste vi. Ja ne znam jeste li vi Jakov Milatović, koji je govorio onu večer kad je odnio pobjedu, ili ste Jakov Milatović sa inauguralnog govora, ili ste kombinacija jednog i drugog, ili ste nešto sasvim četvrto.
Ja mislim da je...
Ali imali smo jučer kliničkog psihologa na jednom. Ja ne bih da preuzimam, ingerencije te vrste.
Ja mislim da je upravo, barem kod mene, u poređenju sa svim političarima na našoj sceni, da postoji jedan kontinuitet.
Dobro.
I taj kontinuitet je u potpunosti principijalan. I on je utemeljen on je vrlo jednostavan i utemeljen na 3 ključna prioriteta koja su spoljno-politička i 3 koja su unutar.
A možete i ovako 3 pokazati nam. Jedna ruka ovako, jedna.
Kako god hoćete. I 3 koja su unutar državna. 3 spoljno-politička sam već rekao. Ubrzanje europskog puta, kredibilno NATO članstvo i dobrosusjedski odnosi. 3 unutar državna su ekonomski napredak kroz održivi ekonomski model. Pod broj 2, snažna reforma pravosuđa u cilju još jače borbe protiv organizovanog kriminala i korupcije. I broj 3, Crna Gora konačno kao jedno društvo socijalne kohezije i jednakih prava i šansi za sve.
Drago mi je što ste to rekli. Dakle,
samo dozvolite da ovdje samo molim vas zaokružim. Ja ne želim non stop da podsjećam da smo mi samo prije 3-4 godine imali ljude u našem pravosuđu, i to ne neke na nižim pozicijama, koji su u ime građana Crne Gore bili postavljeni na tim pozicijama da se bore protiv organizovanog kriminala i korupcije. Koji su, ne zato što smo ih mi otkrili, nego zato što smo dobili informacije od strane naših strateških partnera, i tu dolazim i do ovog strateškog partnerstva koje imamo sa Sjedinjenim Američkim Državama, sa Europskom unijom, sa Velikom Britanijom, koji su nam pomagali na ovom putu našeg demokratskog sazrijevanja, koji su po njihovim podacima nama otkrili da su ti ljudi suštinski dio organizovanog kriminala i korupcije. I ti ljudi su sada uklonjeni iz našeg pravosuđa. Pazite kakva je to suštinska razlika. Koliko smo mi sada kvalitetnije društvo u kontekstu onih ljudi koji upravljaju našim pravosuđem. Pa koliko smo kvalitetnije društvo u kontekstu političkih lidera. Pa koliko smo kvalitetnije društvo u kontekstu plata i penzija. Da vas podsjetim, to su sve stvari o kojima se ne priča previše. Mi smo 2020. godine imali prosječnu platu u Crnoj Gori od 500 eura, koja je stagnirala na tom nivou u prethodnih 10 godina. Znate kolika je sada?
Sve u redu, ali
800 eura. Pazite, nije to sve u redu.
Ekonomski analitičari uvijek složiti da su metode koje su korištene za povećanje te plaće bile najbolje. Podsjećam samo i na to.
Legitimno. I tu smo da diskutujemo o tim stvarima.
Tako, i da vi demantirate te analitičare.
Ali ću vas također podsjetiti da je minimalna penzija u Crnoj Gori 2020. godine bila 140 eura. Znate li kolika je sad? 300 eura.
Neka je.
Je li Bog dao? Ali upravo su to su suštinske razlike. Koliko je, sad, ja često, pogotovo strancima, kad objašnjavam stvari, pa im kažem sljedeću rečenicu. I sad, pored svih ovih suštinskih velikih koraka koje mi kao društvo pravimo, postoji naravno jedna, kako da kažem, i nesređenost, i hajde, kako se kaže, uncertainty. Neizvjesnost, institucionalna, pomalo pometnja. Znate šta im ja kažem? To vam je isto kao kad ja imam 3 male djece. I onako, te slike, još najmlađa nije prohodala, ali ovo 2 jesu, te slike kad su oni počinjali da hodaju su vrlo bliske i dalje. I to se ne desi preko noći. Nego dijete kad uči da hoda, isto kao što se mi sada učimo demokratiji. Učimo demokratiji. Ustane pa padne, pa ustane pa padne i tako da. I to je proces. Ali je vrlo važno da je trend dobar, da učimo da hodamo. I ja vidim i svoju ulogu kao predsjednika Crne Gore da držim tu magistralu. Znači da držim magistralu prohodavanja.
Pomenuli ste, nemamo puno vremena, pomenuli ste ovu koheziju, neophodno važno za svako društvo oko određenih pitanja. Podjele su isto tako normalna stvar, političke, ideološke naravi i tako dalje. Kad je Crna Gora u pitanju, da li su te identitetske zapravo razlike u direktnoj vezi sa odnosom prema nezavisnosti, državnosti, crkvi, vanjskoj politici, već sam pitao, odnosima sa Srbijom, odnosu prema prošlosti, ratom u Ukrajini? Nepristojno ću vam pitanje sad postaviti, jer ste predsjednik države, pa mislim nije nepristojno, ali ovo se ne pita. Jeste li vi etnički Srbin ili Crnogorac?
Ja sam etnički Crnogorac i mislim da sam to više puta javno i rekao i mislim da su to na kraju krajeva stvari koje su lična svojstva, lični osjećaj.
Apsolutno se slažem, ali evo u osjetljivim situacijama
ljudi u Crnoj Gori.
Zato sam rekao da nije najpristojnije što vas pitam.
Ali znate li za kakvu se Crnu Goru ja borim? Za Crnu Goru u kojoj će svako da se osjeća onako kako misli. I gdje ćemo prestati jedni druge da ubjeđujemo što su i ko su.
Znači, jesu li određeni dijelovi identiteta toliko ekskluzivni, posebno oni koji su pod, moramo reći, značajnim utjecajem Beograda, dakle Srbije, pa ako hoćete i srbijanskog predsjednika Aleksandra Vučića. Ja se nekako toga u svim našim društvima plašim, da dakle, kad imamo više različitih identiteta, što je sjajna stvar, bez inkluzivnosti nema ništa. Plašim se ekskluzivni, ne prigovaram vama, govorim o određenim elementima u crnogorskom društvu.
Ja mislim da vi pomalo, kako da kažem, ne ni podaštavate naše građane, ali kao da smatrate da oni nisu dovoljno samosvjesni. Vidite, u Crnoj Gori...
I ovakvih i onakvih
sve jasno, da vam objasnim kakva je situacija u Crnoj Gori.
Nemojte mi u usta stavljati ono što nisam rekao.
U Crnoj Gori žive Srbi, Crnogorci, muslimani, Bošnjaci, Albanci, Hrvati, Romi i tako dalje i tako dalje. I svi oni posmatraju Crnu Goru kao svoju državu. I bez obzira, i svi oni treba da se sutra na popisu izjasne onako kako se osjećaju.
Jeste li sigurni kad bi sutra bio referendum kojim bi se probalo opovrgnuti nezavisnost Crne Gore, da, dakle, govorim i o mojoj zemlji, evo Bosni i Hercegovini, da ne bi postojao znakovit procenat onih koji bi rekli ne treba nam nezavisnost. Nedavno istraživanje relevantne organizacije ovdje, vi odlično znate ko je Centar za građansko obrazovanje, pokazuje da 25% građana Crne Gore u ovom momentu bi bilo vrlo zadovoljno povlačenjem priznanja Kosova. Nisu to nerelevantni brojevi.
Ali nemojte da mi upadate, samo da vam zaokružim ovu riječ, da vam zaokružim misao. Znači, u Crnoj Gori, bez obzira kako se ko osjećao, prvo trebamo da prestanemo da učimo jedni druge kako treba neko da se osjeća. Znači, neka se osjeća svako kako želi da se osjeća. To je pod broj 1. I da poštuje osjećanja ovoga drugoga, naravno. Ali, znate li što se dešavalo u prethodnom periodu u Crnoj Gori? U prethodnom periodu u Crnoj Gori, zbog određenih osjećaja, ljudi nisu imali podjednake šanse. Crna Gora treba konačno da bude zemlja gdje bez obzira kako se ko osjećao, ima jednake šanse za uspjeh u životu.
Koliko god je to tako bilo prije.
Samo da završim, molim vas, ne želite da mi dozvolite da iznesem misao. Zato je ova treća stvar o kojoj ja pričam, o toj socijalnoj koheziji. Ne mora Crna Gora da bude socijalno ujedinjena u kontekstu toga da sad svi trebamo da budemo ovo ili ono. Nego mi trebamo da budemo ujedinjeni oko toga da bilo ko, da svako ko se osjeća na bilo koji način mora da ima iste šanse za uspjeh u životu. To je to, o tome ja pričam. I ja se prosto borim za takvu Crnu Goru. Znate kako, i često mislim da nekako mi na Balkanu mislimo kao da jedino mi imamo određene podjele identitetske ovakve i onakve. Pazite, evo ja sam došao juče iz Španije. Znate koliko je podijeljena ta zemlja? Pa imate neke Baskice, pa imate Katalonce, pa imate ove koji žive u Galiciji, pa imate i one koji žive oko Valencije.
Da, nismo mi ekskluzivni u tome, mislim, naravno.
Pođete u Njemačkoj, pa imate ove, pa pođete u Americi. Znate kako je podijeljeno američko društvo? Znate, ništa mi tu posebnije podijeljeni u odnosu na druge zemlje na svijetu nijesmo. Ali ono što ja ponavljam, do sada ja sam imao osjećaj da je non stop neko, umjesto da gradi društvo jednakih šansi, on na račun tih identitetskih podjela grabio državno i pretvarao ga u privatno. Grabio državno i pretvarao ga u privatno. I zbog toga smo mi u prethodnih 30 godina dobili jednu malu grupicu ljudi koja je iskoristila autokratsku vlast da se obogati. Zato mi sada imamo situaciju da nismo u prethodnih 40 godina izgradili nijednu novu bolnicu. Pa jesam li ja bio na vlasti prethodnih 40 godina? Ili da smo samo uspjeli da izgradimo 40 km autoputa? Ili da smo imali predsjednicu Vrhovnog suda koja je vedrila i oblačila sudstvom, koja je sada na optužnici. Zato da je, nemojte, znate kakva smo mi zemlja bili.
Na nivou, evo, opet političke teorije, dakako treba određeno vrijeme da prođe, da se anuliraju učinci. Ne govorim uopće sad samo o Crnoj Gori. Govorim generalno učinci loši u bilo kom segmentu javnog života.
Znate li šta, ovdje su te stvari pretvarali su državno u privatno. Oni ljudi koji su u prethodnih 30 godina mijenjali sve svoje identitete.
Dobro.
Koji su prvo bili Srbi, pa su bili Crnogorci, pa su bili, prvo su možda bili ekstremni Srbi, pa su bili soft Srbi, pa su onda bili Crnogorci, pa su bili ekstremni Crnogorci. Dajte, molim vas, da prestanemo više da pričamo o tome. U Crnoj Gori svaki građanin Crne Gore mora da plaća porez, mora da poštuje zakone i ustav ove zemlje. I to je ono oko čega mi trebamo da smo ujedinjeni. Kako će neko da se osjeća je njegova lična stvar. I to je to. Ja u svom kabinetu imam Crnogorce, Hrvate, Srbe, neko priča ovaj jezik, neko priča onaj jezik. Dobro je da se sporazumijemo, dobro je da se razumijemo.
Možda me posle ovog intervjua pozovete da nam dođemo, da imate jednog Bošnjaka na bosanskom da vam govori.
Dobrodošli ste.
Predsjedniče, imamo još nekoliko minuta vremena. Imamo jedan dobar običaj, adet, kako god hoćete, da dozvolimo i našoj publici da se uključi. Imamo još 4-5 minuta, dakle, jednu, dvije. Evo gosta iz Ukrajine, da. Evo sad će, dajte nam mikrofon, molim vas.
Volodymyr Dubovik, professor from Odessa University in Ukraine. Well, I must say, first of all, my reaction to this panel is wow. I'm very impressed. This is by far the best panel of this conference, I think. So it's a good conclusion, great conclusion. Kudos, congratulations to the organizers for putting this away. I'm very impressed. Such an amazing, fast-flowing, wide-ranging conversation. And I also think that this is telling a lot about the contemporary Montenegro when you can have this honest, open conversation like you just did. So, I'm really happy that I've witnessed this with my own eyes. So, thank you, Mr. President, of course, for your personal principled support to Ukraine. You didn't waste any time, basically saying that you condemn Russian aggression against Ukraine, and I confirm that. I know in your personal meeting with President Zelensky in August in Athens. My question is, what are the lessons in your mind, in your opinion, that Montenegro, Crna Gora must make from this war, the Russian aggression against Ukraine. And by the way, congratulations on the Day of Armed Forces of Montenegro, and thank you for being with us on such a busy day. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
So as you know, from the very day one, we have been supporting Ukraine and supporting Ukraine in the freedom of choice that Ukrainian people has vis-a-vis deciding their own destiny. That's what we are supporting. If Ukrainian people want to be part of the Euro-Atlantic community, they should be. And as you know, that was also a result of the recent NATO summit in Vilnius. I met with President Zelensky. We have following that meeting, I have also asked from the government of Montenegro to join the G7 resolution on declaration on Ukraine, which the government has done. And I think that, I mean, if there is anything good out of the Ukrainian tragedy, which is currently happening as a result of the Russian aggression, is that there was a wake-up call in Brussels vis-a-vis a number of crucial geopolitical issues, predominantly the accession and the enlargement. Because over the last 10 years, the enlargement was, you know, a minor technical issue led by the European Commission. Following what happened in Ukraine, there was a wake-up call, and the EU, both the Commission, the Council, as well as the Member States, understood that Europe needs to be united, that the Western Balkans need to be in, that the countries such as Ukraine and Moldova should also be in. And this is, you know, what was happening over the last 1 year as well. And we are very happy that Ukraine became the candidate country. We are very happy that the Republic of Moldova became the candidate country. You know, we are very much supporting the further steps that should hopefully be made at the Council in December. I came back from the meeting that we had in Spain. The President Zelensky was there as well. I think that the meeting was also crucial because Europe united, supported again Ukraine, especially vis-a-vis all the developments that are currently happening within the US Congress. And you know that that support was very timely. And I think, you know, this is where Montenegro stood from day one. And this is how Montenegro will continue to behave in the future as well.
Hvala puno. Imamo vremena za još jedno pitanje. Oj.
Edward, you know, yeah, maybe we skip Edward.
Pretpostavljam.
Maybe I will.
Just no, I mean,
maybe
no,
I will agree
of
with
course,
you.
Come on.
Dajte mi Edvardu mikrofon, molim vas. But shortly, Edward, please.
Možemo li onda da se dogovorimo, pošto ja već dugo držim mikrofon, da imamo i treće pitanje?
Može, idete vi.
Hvala.
Hajte.
Aha, profesor Edward će sačekati, hvala vam.
Izvolite, gospodin.
Tako je, kako da ne.
Dakle, Sonja Drobac, televizija gospodine predsjedniče, juče ste rekli da popis ne treba politizovati. Moje pitanje je šta ćete vi učiniti da ne dođe do političke instrumentalizacije popisa s ciljem da Crna Gora prestane da bude građanska i postane treća srpska država na Balkanu. Pitam to zato što imamo jasno iskazanu nameru da se baš to dogodi i od zvanične Srbije i od stranaka u Crnoj Gori koje se oslanjaju na zvaničnu Srbiju. Crna Gora je pritom...
Koja je druga srpska država na Balkanu?
Republika Srpska.
Aha, pa nije to baš država još uvijek.
Entitet. Meni je dovoljno dobro da to kažem, da bi, dakle, da postoji namera da Crna Gora postane nešto nalik Republici Srpskoj, možemo i tako. Dakle, dodatno, Crna Gora je u ovom trenutku, to ste i sami rekli, država blokiranih institucija i u tom smislu mi smo država dodatno i krajnje ranjivi na ovu vrstu uticaja. Podsjetit ću i vas i čitav ovaj skup da se na prethodnim popisima, da su se ljudi nacionalno izjašnjavali u skladu sa dominantnom propagandom koja je u tom trenutku bila, pa je tako 48. bilo 90% Crnogoraca, ispod 2% Srba, 81. 68% Crnogoraca, nešto malo više od 3% Srba, 2011. je bilo 43-32. Dakle, dominantno uticaj propagande.
Dobro.
A posledice mogu da budu nesagledive po stabilnost regiona. Zato je moje pitanje, šta ćete vi tačno učiniti, jer ste se zakleli na Ustav i na zaštitu građanskog koncepta Crne Gore? Hvala.
Evo jedno pitanje o popisu koje mi nismo pominjali.
Prvo mislim da niste, kako da kažem, lijepo postavili pitanje. Ovdje da ponovim da država Crna Gora u potpunosti je posvećena jedinstvenoj Bosni i Hercegovini i mislim da apsolutno ne stoji da na Balkanu postoji već ili da će postojati bilo kada neka druga srpska država. Znači, mi smo dobar susjed i mi kao dobar susjed vidimo Bosnu i Hercegovinu kao jedinstvenu državu. I to je vrlo jasno. I to treba vrlo jasno i ponoviti i reći. Naravno da u okviru Bosne i Hercegovine postoje dva entiteta i da mi u potpunosti na taj način vidimo i Bosnu i Hercegovinu na način na koji je ona i napravljena nakon Dejtonskog sporazuma.
Ili kako se dogovore njeni građani.
Ili kako se dogovore njeni građani i mi na taj način u potpunosti podržavamo svaki dogovor koji građani Bosne i Hercegovine, kakav god on bio, naprave međusobno. I ja zaista želim da kažem da Crna Gora je dobar i posvećen susjed svim zemljama Zapadnog Balkana. Ovdje mislim i na Srbiju, i na Bosnu i Hercegovinu, i na Kosovo, i na Republiku Hrvatsku, i na Albaniju, i na Sjevernu Makedoniju.
Predsjedniče, to nisam pitala, oprostite, pitala sam za popis u Crnoj Gori. Hvala.
Dobro, ovo je digresija na ovu priču o 3 srpske države, evo, sad popis.
Tako da, ovo sam napravio kako bi vam opet i odgovorio da Crna Gora je crnogorska država. Znači, bila, jeste i bit će. Ona je prije svega država u kojoj žive građani Crne Gore koji se izjašnjavaju kao Crnogorci, Srbi, Hrvati, Muslimani, Bošnjaci, Albanci, Romi i tako dalje. I nemojte da nekako drugačije govorimo bez onako kako jeste. Što se tiče popisa, ja zaista mislim da što više spominjemo popis kao temu, to ga više politizujemo. Ja mislim da bi najbolje mogli da uradimo da ga ne spominjemo.
Ne može.
Dajte da ne spominjemo popis. Popis je statistička stvar koja će se desiti, koja se dešava u svakoj zemlji svijeta, desit će se od 1. do 15. novembra i u Crnoj Gori. Desila se 2011. Desila se 2001. Desila se 1991. Pa mora da se desi. I znate što ja radim? Ja ga ne spominjem. Ja mislim da je to najbolji doprinos, da se ta tema ne politizuje.
Ali negdje postoje ljudi ovdje koji stalno potenciraju, mislim, opet bez mog vrijednosnog suda, ljudi nešto vole da pričaju o popisu.
Ali ja zaista, jel bilo ko ovdje u ovoj sali bi promijenio svoj osjećaj? Evo, pretpostavljam da kad se god pomene popis, svi misle samo na 2 ili 3 pitanja od 50. Znate, na popisu će se postaviti svako nekih 50 pitanja, gdje ćemo mi konačno da recimo razumijemo koliko ljudi živi u Crnoj Gori, koliko je ljudi otišlo trbuhom za kruhom zbog loših ekonomskih politika, zato što nam je plata bila 500 eura, penzija 150 eura, pa ajde preživite od toga. Ajde preživite od toga. Pa ćemo još da saznamo koliko trenutno živi Ukrajinaca u Crnoj Gori, koliko Rusa, koliko Turaka, koliko ostalih i tako dalje. Znači, to su važne stvari. Samo dozvolite da završim. Vrijeme nam ide, ali evo, završit ću. Zaista mislim da je najvažnija stvar, ovo što sam htio da kažem, pa zar vi stvarno mislite da će bilo ko ovdje promijeniti svoj osjećaj. Tako što će sada reći nekojem, ti treba tako da se izjasniš. A dozvolite, molim vas, nemojte da tako ni podaštavate građane i građanke Crne Gore. Evo, hoćete li vi, ja sad da vam kažem, evo, molim vas, kažite da ste Romkinja. Biste li vi rekli da ste Romkinja na potpisu?
Matematički sam vam pokazala da je to činjenica.
Ili ćete, ali čekajte, jel biste vi promijenili vaše mišljenje?
Nije pitanje ja ili vi, matematički je dokazano da...
Dobro.
Znači, najvažnija stvar na popisu je da se ljudi slobodno izjasne. To je princip koji ja promovišem.
Kolegice, hoćete da vam dogovorim predsjednika da vam dođe
Ja mislim da je,
u emisiju i da riješimo problem?
Ako je ikada u Crnoj Gori bilo moguće da neko kaže ono što misli i da on kaže ono kako se osjeća, to je sada.
Ja bih ovdje...
U poređenju sa svim prethodnim popisima.
Ja bih ovdje, molim vas, ja bih ovdje da stanemo.
Dovoljno kao popis.
Ja bih ovdje da stanemo i što se tiče publike, nemamo više vremena, odoste mi, mislim, imate kabinet predsjednika, pa dogovarajte susrete s predsjednikom i pričajte, razgovarajte, koliko god volio televiziju iz koje kolegica dolazi, ne može, ovo je sad moj gost i ne dam ga baš previše da ga ruže i napadaju. Dosta sam ja posla uradio po tom pitanju. Hvala vam puno na otvorenosti.
Jesam se dobro branio i napadao.
To je život. Malo se branimo, malo napadamo. Hvala lijepa na otvorenosti. Bilo mi je ogromno zadovoljstvo. Hvala. Nemojte mi se razilaziti. Imamo još malo posla. Gdje mi je Jasmina?
Škandal.
Nikad. Meni je poplava u sobi bila. Ovo sad svi čuju. Dakle, imam nekih problema u sobi, bila mi je poplava, pa ću poslije i vodoinstalater da budem, tako da, oprostite, govorim to Jasmini, a nekako zaboravio da je mikrofon podignut.
Da se svi čujemo. Pozdravit ćemo predsjednika koji nastavlja dalje sa svojim obavezama, a mi ćemo se još kratko samo vratiti na našu konferenciju To Be Secure Forum Montenegro, vratiti se na ono što smo u ova protekla 2 dana mogli čuti, mogli vidjeti. Evo, pripremili smo brojke, jer brojke govore mnogo toga. Dakle, 9 panela, 36 govornika, 14 sponzora, više od 60 medija. Ovo su divne brojke, a dodat ćemo još 2 moderatora i jednog divnog organizatora Atlantski savez Crne Gore.
Atlantski savez Crne Gore, odmah aplauz za njih. I nek mi se niko iz Atlantskog saveza Crne Gore ne ljuti, ali ja ovu Azru Karastanović pomenuti moram. U 4:30 ujutro odgovara na e-mailove, maltretiramo je Jasmina i ja u ponoć. Dakle, 1000 zašto, 1000 zato, ali Azra kao i prošle godine, kao i svih prethodnih godina, dakle tu sa osmijehom, sa strpljenjem, Azra posebno ti hvala.
Baš hvala. Nije vam bilo lako ove godine. Čuli smo, bili ste bez podrške vlade Crne Gore, prvi puta od kada postoji, ali rekli smo ovo je 13. konferencija.
Sad kabinet predsjednika poslije ovog intervjua na Kodboji tamo jedan bio, mislim da smo to ishendlali fino.
13. konferencija, nadam se da vam je bila korisna, informativna, zanimljiva kao što je bila nama iz naše perspektive. Sve ovo naravno ne bi bilo moguće bez jednog malog kruga velikih ljudi, eto da citiramo, i jednu divnu pjesmu koji nisu omogućili sve ovo. Azra, slažeš li se da pozovemo cijelu ekipu da nam se pridruži ovdje na pozornicu, da ne ostanu samo onako nekako u pozadini i iza kamera i iza svjetala? Molim vas, pridružite nam se.
Ja moram da kažem još jednu stvar. Osim ove sjajne ekipe iz Atlantskog saveza, ovi gore momci i jedna sjajna djevojka koja će me čuti, nadam se, a zove se Nina Redžepagić, uradili su vrhunski posao, dakle.
Upravo tako.
i vodili nas isto kroz proces na pravi mogući. Ja vam volim satove, dakle pravim i Nina kolekciju fotografija s mojim satovima, tako da sam joj na tome posebno zahvalan. Ovo je ta ekipa, hvala vam puno.
Hvala puno još jedan. Eto, ja pretpostavljam da pripreme za 14. konferenciju su već debelo na putu.
Pa kad smo došli u srijedu, već smo o datumu pričali sa Emom jasno.
Nas dvoje vam se onako preporučujemo i za nagodinu, nama je uvijek iznimno zadovoljstvo i vrlo nam je zabavno i vrlo nam je zanimljivo imati ovoliku količinu tako kvalitetnih sugovornika na jednom mjestu i da im stvarno možemo postavljati sva pitanja.
Ja moram reći, Jasmina, još jednu stvar, i ova godina je pokazala da To Be Secure forum jeste najvažniji političko-sigurnosni forum u jugoistočnoj Europi. Čestitamo još jednom.
Čestitamo. Hvala vam mnogo.
Čestitamo svima nama, mi smo nekako vaši. Tako je. Ono što možda još na kraju hoćemo da kažemo, a što sam rekao dok smo čekali da nam predsjednik dođe, zaista je ovo kao i svih prethodnih godina bila prilika i za nova prijateljstva, i za učvršćivanje starih, i za razmjenu korisnih informacija, kontakata. I jednostavno, upravo tako, i jednostavno to je uvijek ključni benefit ovakvih susreta, dakle, kad se gledamo oči u oči, kad razgovaramo, pa i kad imamo ovako teške teme i neslaganja koja smo evo imali na zadnjem panelu u kojem sam ja, moram reći, uživao.
Pozvat ćemo vas da oči u oči i onako preko nekog finog objeda na stolu još se malo podružimo, slijedi naravno ručak i vidimo se do godine.
Hvala vam.
Hvala.